from the auction house, the easier it is to trade successfully. But of course, the profits tend to be smaller with lesser valued items. Sometimes the increased inefficiency of the market outweighs the lower absolute value. For this reason, it is probably a good idea to start out small with trading. That way, any loss of gold is trivial, but it should allow you to grow your bankroll and give you some confidence. Note also that the efficiency of the marketplace changes all the time. For example, when raids launch, consumables are not efficiently priced, as raiders need them to be competitive, and they are often ready to pay above the true value. During the first week of the patch, add-ons like TSM don't work, and there are some unique trading opportunities you won't get at other times. Understanding and exploiting these periods of inefficiency is crucial to successful trading.
Good for him.
To summarize, you need a somewhat inefficient market in order to beat it at all. Having determined that, you need to consider whether you're looking for high absolute returns, in which case the markets you will enter into will probably be only slightly inefficient, or you are looking at high percentage returns but lower absolute returns, in which case you are looking for a very inefficient market. If you can find a market which is very inefficient and you get high absolute returns, then dive in head first, make the most of it. Such things are really rare. Before you start out, you will need some gold to invest, doing some kind of basic gold farm. By far the best basic simple farm I've found is the Dark Flame Cleft Tailoring Farm. Grind up at least 100,000 gold doing that. I made a guide to that farm very recently. There's a link to it below. The point of auction house trading is to buy low and sell high. The ways this is most commonly done is by taking advantage of prices that fluctuate according to supply and demand, and these things change over time. There is less demand on weekdays and more at the weekends when more players are on. Seasonal items commonly increase in value during the relevant season and drop in value otherwise. For example, if you can buy the item Small Eggs, which are useful for a quest during Winter's Veil, WoW's version of Christmas, early in the year, you can then sell them at a profit around the time of Christmas. One way to make a consistent profit from seasonal items is acquiring large quantities of items like Elun's Candle, an item which shoots fireworks. This can be purchased for a small amount of silver at the time of the Lunar Festival. It is supposed to be unique, but I found an easy way to dupe it. Individual candles can be sold for thousands or tens of thousands of gold later in the year. Experienced gold makers know the value of these strategies, to such an extent that the window of opportunity for purchasing seasonal items at low prices gets rolled back further each year. What is not so well known at all is the very opposite of this strategy, which is to buy and sell items whose value remains consistent over the period of time in which you wish to trade.
Master at arms.
Here, stability is everything. If the value of the item has the same intrinsic value at any given moment, then any fluctuations in supply and demand are solely down to whoever happens to be in the auction house at the time and how much gold they have. This is really important, and I've never seen it discussed, because in such situations, you are guaranteed to make money simply by being patient.
Yeah.
For example, Lure Drop, an expensive herb, is selling at around 120 gold right now. Let's say we know it is going to fluctuate between 100 and 140. Then obviously if we buy at 100 and sell at 140, then we are going to make a lot of gold. If there were no external factors in the price of Lure Drop, then it would be governed by what we call the normal distribution. Another strategy commonly discussed on Warcraft gold-making forums is that of market resetting. This is the practice of buying out an entire market of something and resetting it at a higher price. Although this is commonly discussed, the underlying mathematics and the risk involved is very rarely mentioned. Market resetting is very similar to a real-world business strategy called predatory pricing, which is so controversial, some economists don't think it actually works at all. And indeed, it wouldn't work in a truly efficient market. Since if you buy out all the items in a market and reset it, then in an efficient market, other sellers would come along and detect an opportunity to undercut you. This is sometimes what actually happens. So you are essentially betting that market stability won't be restored before you sell your inventory of the item in question. The concept of market resets can be reduced to a formula. Here's a simple explanation of market resets without too much math. Firstly, you have your investment. Figure out how much gold you'll spend by counting how many items you want to buy and what they cost. Your target price, pick a new higher price you want to sell the item at. It needs to be higher than what you paid. And you also need to take into consideration your profit before fees. Calculate what you'd make if you sold everything at the new price, ignoring auction house fees. Then take into consideration the auction house cut. Remember that the auction house takes 5% of your sale. You need to subtract this from your earnings. Your break-even point, this is the minimum price you need to sell at to not lose money, including the auction house cut, and your actual profit, your real earnings after paying both the initial costs and auction house fees. Then consider your return rate, and this shows how much extra gold you made compared to what you spent as a percentage. And the market speed, this is absolutely crucial. How fast you can sell your items before the market price drops back down. Here's a really advanced strategy that very few people understand outside of sophisticated investment circles. This is how to exploit the value of covariance. If that word scares you, the concept is actually really simple. Covariance is simply a measurement of how much relationship there is between the prices of two things. When the price of two items moves independently of each other, the covariance is 0. If the price of two items moves in exactly the same way, the covariance is 1. If the price of the item moves in opposite directions, the covariance is -1. You'll want to pay really close attention to this one because very few people get it, even though it is so simple. Almost always in life, you want your investments to be anti-correlated. That is, you want them to balance out as much as possible. Let's use a simple example to explain why. Say we have a small island economy with just two businesses, a shop selling umbrellas and an ice cream van. When it rains, the umbrella sales rocket, but the ice cream van sells no ice cream. Conversely, when it is sunny, the ice cream van sells out, but the umbrella shop has no takers. Each business makes 10% per year on average, but depending on how much rain or sun there is in a given year, it might be the case that one business could actually lose money. How might an investor approach this? The optimal strategy is to invest 50% of your capital, your money, into each business. The reason is that if you were to invest only in one business, there is a good chance you could lose money in any given year. You would have to be conservative in how much you were investing. Whereas if you invest in both, you could, in theory, invest your entire fortune and be guaranteed to make 10% profit per year. This means that you can make a lot more money overall because of the lower risk. This extreme example shows the power of the value of negative covariance. It is kind of the holy grail of investment. The following strategy depends on knowing the exact value of an item, and I do mean the exact value. This occurs most often with vendor trash, where the price of an item is contained exclusively in the amount that you can vendor it for. If you can find an item that is selling on the auction house for below its vendor price, you have an instant profit situation. Making big profits out of this usually isn't practical, however. By definition, this type of arbitrage opportunity can only exist in a highly inefficient market, and that means absolute low returns. Other people are aware when prices are out of line with vendor values, and indeed there is a function to watch for opportunities like this built into the add-on Trade Skill Manager. What you really want is something where you know the exact value, but other people don't. The concept I'm talking about here is similar to an idea that works well in sports betting. Believe it or not, it is possible to bet on the flip of a coin with a betting exchange Betfair. In cricket matches, for the benefit of Americans, that's baseball if it were more middle class. The team which bats first is determined by the flip of a coin. It is possible to bet on this coin flip, and incredibly, it is possible to sometimes get more than even money on this coin flip. And naturally, you expect to make money if you can do this, since the true odds of a coin flip must be 50-50, obviously. You can't make any serious money doing this because the markets are not liquid enough, i.e. there's not enough money being traded. But there are similar, if more subtle, opportunities in other forms of betting and finance, and in fact World of Warcraft. There is an item I know of which yields a specific average amount of gold per item invested. I'm not going to mention its name directly, but to give you a heads up, it's basically a scratch card. Now, assuming you're able to guess the item I'm talking about here, you'll already know what it is if you're one of my patrons, but please don't reveal it if you do in the comments below. The thing is, this item often sells for significantly less and sometimes significantly more than its true value. I've actually sold thousands in a single trade for more than 250% of its true value. This was basically a huge risk-free trade for me. Most of the time you can buy and sell at a profit, but if for some reason you could not, you could simply extract the true value of this item and make a profit, provided you bought at a price below this true value. The following strategy depends on the existence of exploits and glitches in World of Warcraft. Naturally, channels like this one are dedicated to finding beneficial exploits in WoW, and people tend to think of stuff like dupes and dungeon skips in a gold-making context, and things like that, which can increase the gold per hour that you can make from the game. Consequently, Blizzard tend to fix those things pretty fast. By contrast, they ignore bugs that just greatly annoy players that stop the game working properly. You can take advantage of this in a subtle way that people rarely consider. If an area of the game is inaccessible, for example, then any items in that game area are also inaccessible, creating limited supply on the auction house for those items. At the moment, content from the Shadowlands expansion, for example, has been virtually inaccessible to new players due to a bug. This has been going on since the release of The War Within.
No way.
This means items from that expansion, on average, are likely to be selling for higher prices than they would normally.
Wow.
I don't think Blizzard or most players really understand the mechanics of this. It is far more destabilizing and exploitable to the economy than some more obvious economic exploits. If you can make a shrewd assessment about the impact of glitches and exploits on the broader economy, you can profit from them directly without actually violating the terms.
He gives me hope for the platform and people like him still exist. I didn't know he had done all this year. I didn't know. This work is changing me.
And conditions.
I know all this stuff, yeah. You know, it's funny, I went back to Shadowlands when I last returned, and I started farming, what's that zone, where I live, Sinfall, or not Sinfall, that zone, though, that Sinfall's in, Sindreth, or whatever it is, I forget the name, but I was farming those world quests there, and I noticed that all those items were selling like really well, that it wasn't really a waste of my time to actually do those world quests. Oh no, there's people here. Oh no, he's fighting bandits. This guy on a horse, he's like training these bandits.
Approaching station.
Just gonna go over here by the trees.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
And run the risk of suspension.
You know, I long to do a real online market the way I do video game auction markets, and I've been thinking about that, like Robinhood or something like that, and just start crash coursing it, how to be successful on Robinhood or whatever on day trades or whatever. I could be like, what's big today? I'll support it today and then sell tomorrow or whatever. It's hard, and you got to start with an investment somewhere. I did a successful investment this year for like, I don't know, a 24% return or something like that. I bought $100 worth of Nvidia stock and I sold it for $130 or $128. It was $133 with a $5 fee, I think. Where's that guy going? Maybe we can gank him. He's naked. Is he planning to farm? What the fuck are you looking at? Zorvac. I'm not fucking with you guys. Oh no, I need to sell this wood. You know, I think I'll bring an axe with me in case I need to defend myself, because they're cheap, you know. And I will sell this wood for food and axes, but not this much of it. Probably like, or well, honestly, I don't need to sell this. I'll sell yeah, any of these things I've got. That'll be enough, yeah. Okay.
And bans like most exploiters do. Conversely, special situations can occur when the game is working properly, which oversupply the market. For example, the week I'm writing this, there is a very unusual situation where Battlegrounds are awarding 50% bonus honor, and Comp Stomp, a battle against poorly coded NPCs where players win every time, is also active. That means you can make 10k honor per hour, much more than you would normally. Normally, most players would struggle to make 3,000 honor per hour. This is crushing the price of vicious bloodstones, a reagent which can only be bought with honor. It seems likely this price will increase again when players can no longer so easily farm honor. You have to be careful with this type of investment. Sometimes the price can maintain itself at an apparently irrational price due to stockpiling or other unpredictable factors. But if you bet intelligently enough into this type of situation, you will absolutely make gold, a lot of gold over time, even though any individual transaction could potentially cost you. Hello and welcome to Archweld.
Wow, and he just ends it. Monks are overpowered this week. This is from 7 hours ago.
A secret leveling trick in World of Warcraft that's available from level 10 onwards. Let's get notably rares and quests themselves. But these tend to be...
We watched this one. He's sounding a little bit more sober, which is good.
This video is all about how to gear up easily and with minimum time invested. You can get eye level 606/636 easily. You could literally do it with dragon races. That's how easy this is. It's as difficult as putting on a hat, and yet devastatingly effective. You can use this method to gear up while leveling from 70 to 80 or at max level. If you do it while leveling, it won't really slow you down noticeably, so your time invested will be practically zero. If you choose to do this at max level, it will only take a few hours per character at most. Now, we will be farming a currency called Bloody Tokens. People generally assume that is a PvP currency, which technically it is. But for most practical purposes, it's fine for PvE content. Also, as we'll see, it is much easier to get hold of than anything else. Now, this is important. You must finish the main story quest first on one of your characters in order to receive Bloody Tokens. Also, tokens reset when the PvP season ends. That's about 3 to 5 weeks away from the date of this video. The same strategy will work in subsequent patches, but the numbers will change a bit. Now, first turn on War Mode and speak to Ruffius in Dornagal. Take his Sparks of War quest. Each week, one zone gives extra rewards.
It works.
Every quest here gives 10 sparks. At 100 sparks, you can turn in the quest and get 1,000 Bloody Tokens. Now, look for the crossed swords icon on your world map. You are looking for PvP world quests that award 500 Bloody Tokens each. These take 2 to 3 minutes to complete. You actually get an extra 100 Bloody Tokens as a standard reward, so that's 600 Bloody Tokens in total. These appear every few days. Do them the moment they appear. They're going to be your jam. If you want to gear up as many alts as possible, you could literally just do the 500 Bloody Token PvP quests every time they're up on all your characters. And you could actually gear each character in as little as 25 minutes played overall. I actually do this for some characters I don't play much, literally just logging in on them every few days and spending a few minutes on a PvP quest. The only problem with this approach is that you have to wait a few days between quests. For characters you are gearing up more actively, however, you can do regular world quests for extra Bloody Tokens. Any world quest, that's any world quest you do, awards 100 Bloody Tokens provided you have War Mode switched on. Now, here's a really useful
Really?
trick. If you get a player or players camping a specific world quest area, there's a way around this. You can just simply go and switch war mode off and then complete most of the criteria for the quest, and then go and switch it back on again. You'll have to go back to Donegal for this. Then complete all the criteria for the quest. That way you avoid any PvP combat. Most of the time you won't need to do this. Mostly players in these zones, even with war mode turned on, are just trying to get on with their questing. But occasionally it can be really useful. By the way, if you never want to be killed in World PvP ever again, or in fact in any kind of content in World, there are several powerful exploits on my Patreon which will make you completely invincible
Falling
for
flame.
all practical purposes. Now, let's look at the gear you can buy with bloody tokens. For player versus environment purposes, you get item level 593 gear. This upgrades to 606. For players versus player gear, and this includes anywhere in world with war mode on, the item level is 636. The best possible PvP gear is 639, that's Conquest gear, which is very hard to obtain. So this is very close to the best available gear. The gear has lots of versatility on it. This helps you survive better when starting out. Pure DPS players should bear this in mind, however. Now, how do PvE players upgrade their gear from 593 to 606? Well, it's basically just more of the same. The currency you'll need to upgrade your gear is the carved Harbinger's Crest. If you looked at the standard guides on this currency, you'd be forgiven for thinking that you had to do Mythic Plus or something. In fact, there's a relatively easy approach, and that's just to do any kind of world quest which requires you to join a group, as I'm showing here. You can do this stuff at exactly the same time as you're doing quests to get bloody tokens. You may have noticed that there is no option for jewelry when using bloody tokens, so you are going to have to fill out some slots using another method. You will get a bit of the conquest currency from handing in the main quest for bloody tokens. Conquest is a PvP currency again, but it does award quite powerful PvE gear that can be upgraded. There's actually an amazing secret little quest no one talks about, which gets you half the conquest you need to purchase a ring or neckpiece. It's in the Wintergrasp battleground. It is a battleground, but you don't need to fight any players to get it. Just kill the NPCs scattered around Wintergrasp. You'll only need to kill 10 for your 250 conquest reward. This week only, there are 2 quests which don't require you to kill any players. You'll get the conquest just for participation. You simply enter Epic Battlegrounds and solo shuffle, and after a while you'll get enough honor or complete enough rounds to qualify for your 175 conquest award respectively. You could then buy a 597/639 item, as you should have over 500 conquest by this stage. If you're watching this a week after the video was uploaded, there will probably be some other quest which just requires PvP participation, but it changes every week. If you found this video useful, a sub would be incredibly helpful, and also bear in mind my Patreon has that amazing series of invincibility hacks that are incredibly useful for world content. So let me tell you about the most amazing glitch in the pre-patch for the War Within. Armor in PvP is ridiculously broken, and for once there is no possibility of Blizzard fixing it. You see, it is pre-patch and the game has level 80 scaling, the new max level in the War Within for level 70 characters, which is the current max level until the War Within actually launches. So nothing makes any sense. In particular, armor is off the charts, with some reporting 75% physical damage reduction even before you get into other forms of damage mitigation. Now, there are a number of ways to take advantage of this situation, but the method I chose was to build a tank as indestructible as a battleship. I created one of the most powerful, one of the mightiest, one of the most gargantuan gnomes ever to endlessly troll the enemy. So this character, Mortalicia, has full best in slot gear, and every single talent is optimized for damage mitigation. Because it is only physical damage that is ineffectual against armor, I've especially focused on reducing magical damage, as this is still relatively dangerous in pre-patch. You can cut and paste my talent build with the string I put in the description below if you want to try this. Mortalicia has 61% armor reduction, rising to 71% with at least one bone shield, which Death Knights, Blood Death Knights, almost always have up in combat. You can take it much higher than that, but as we'll see, it's a better idea to prioritize magical damage reduction. She also gets 25% damage reduction from versatility. As you can see, my Death Knight is very hard to kill. In fact, almost impossible to kill in any kind of confined space.
Why? I hated
Even
this,
in
and it's
normal
been like this for
circumstances,
12
Death Knights are quite hard
years.
to kill when they can repeatedly use Death Strike. But with this build,
hate Blood
even when
Knight.
you get players competent enough to chain stuns together and burst the Death Knight down, it still takes a while to actually kill the Death Knight. I'm taking every talent which enhances anti-magic shell, and my weapon is enchanted with Rune of Spell Warding. Normally this is a specialist option for when
So,
you know
but
in advance
any
you'll be
so
taking it.
any defensive match at all, you just sit there on the fucking node or whatever, and they can't shell you off from it. Or if you take a flag in like Warsong Gulch, they can't kill you. You're a blood decay. They can't kill you. You're a fucking. If you take that flag, it's over. If you glider to the fucking flag every single time, you just win every Warsong Gulch that you enter because you just fucking Blood Knight your way through. They can't kill you. I hate Blood Knight. I spent most of my career learning how to do enough damage to kill a Blood Knight. It's fucking annoying. Like, you know, I went up against Pally. Well, I was Pally. Prop Pally, Blood Knight, disc for my initial arena push that I got Rival with. And that was way back in season 2 or something like that. And I witnessed what it took to kill a Prop Pally and a Blood DK, which is like a lot. It takes a lot. They've got to crack the disc, and then they've got to CC the fucking Pally, and they've got to crack the blood all the way through, and that's way, way harder than killing the Paladin. So you end up wanting to kill the Paladin, you always hard switch, but no, you got to actually crack the blood. Because the Paladin will just bubble you, that you can't actually kill the prot. You can kill the prot easier than you can kill the blood. But the prot's gonna fuck you if you try. The prot will kill you while you try. The prot is based around taking a bunch of hits and then just dishing it back out at you. So, but the Blood Knight's just like a sponge. So you just want to kill the Blood Knight.
A lot of magic damage, but because of the enhanced armor scaling, you want to focus everything on magical damage.
So,
this
but
is truly game.
What now it is, but it's only game changing if he's not being if he's not being purged. Now, if he's being purged, all of that magical damage shit that he's doing, and if mass dispels go out, a disc priest is a natural counter to this, and a lot of these disc priests are just not competent enough to know. But I know to spam that blood decay with fucking a mass dispel whenever it's on cooldown, and just start purge. They're all like this. You have to purge, get all that stuff off. I'm not sure you can purge a lot of blood decay stuff anymore. I'm not really sure. The game's changed so much, I have no idea what Blood DK's ability is whatsoever. No clue. I have no idea what Blood can and can't do at all. So, like, my assumption would be that some of those buffs can't be removed. I really don't know.
Often been able
probably
to
a bunch of them can't be removed. You probably have to have like tons of spec to remove the stuff off of this blood. You probably have to be spec to actually remove it.
As many as 20 players or even more for significant periods.
Yeah, like
Now, what can you actually
5
do with
minutes.
this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy to win any kind of rated
And
battleground with a tank.
anything where like a tank is required, you just auto win. Yeah, unless there's another blood decay like you, pretty much like stalemating it.
Provided
But this is how all modern PvP kind of is like, at least when you try to do like rated or anything like that, they bring a real tank and they just counterbalance you, and you both take a flag and you both do nothing, and you can't go overextend to try and get your flag back, or that leaves your the flag that you captured, or I'm sorry, the flag that you stole at risk. So you just end up in this terrible stalemate. I actually really dislike most flag games now. Flag games play well in a game where you die really fast, like Quake, right? They don't really work in a game like World of Warcraft, where the battle might be pitched and extended for like 3.5 minutes. And the flag carrier is trying to move, but all the slows on the team, and like, I don't like flags. Flags are kind of annoying for MMO combat. I don't think any other MMO company out there thought that flag combat was good, except for like ESO.
get other
Maybe Final Fantasy 14 did it.
players to waste all their time attacking you when they could be completing game objectives.
Yeah, they don't care. They'll just like try. They'll be like, I'm not a good DPS if I can't crack this blood decay, and they'll get this ego thing about it, and you can abuse that. I use it. I do it as disc priest all the time. I'll tank like 5 people, and they'll have this ego like, there's no way this priest can tank 5 people for that long. Yes, I can. I'm built to motherfucking do that. I'm built to do that. I will pain sub PPI, start dumping penance and shit, and then fear you, disappear, warp somewhere, door of shadows, whatever's in my ability, mind control your fucking healer so that they're not like close to me anymore and can't see me and shit, and I'm walking them away from me and shit like that. And now the DPS are back on me after the fear is off and shit like that, and that's the sort of stuff I'm trying to do. Now I die after, about 55 seconds to 15 minutes, depending on how bad their DPS is.
Elsewhere, if you can capture or defend a flag or other game objectives.
Yeah, but stuff like stuff like Alterac Valley. So if you only queue epics, and you just go in there and you put steady damage on the actual objectives, which is like take every flags one by one, take every flag, fuck with anybody who shows up, and they all just ditch because they know you're a blood decay and they can't crack you. Sometimes even 5 people will ditch. They'll be like, nah, wasting our time with this blood decay is a waste of time, we're gonna lose this match, and they'll just ditch you. But it's like, but anything where anybody who's tanky can actually have a sway over the battle becomes pretty much an automatic win. And he's right about this. I've known this since season 1. I know because I abused it. Blood. I've said it on stream many times years ago. Blood DK and Prop Alley was my original 3s team. I've known for a long time how fucking hard it is to crack a blood DK. It's fucking annoying.
But all you really need to do to win is waste the time of multiple enemy players.
Yeah, all you have to really do is just be like, no, I'm gonna kill your pets. Just kill all the pets. I think Blood Decay has enough damage to probably kill the pets, yeah? Blood Decay doesn't have enough damage to kill anybody, so I would just try and kill pets, which will irk them. That will irk them. They will be like, this fucking Blood Decay has killed my pet like 7 times. This irks them.
Build is enormous fun in epic battlegrounds,
Yeah,
most of which are decided very early. For example,
Yeah,
here
very
in
early, yeah.
Alterac Valley, just
Yeah.
running straight into the enemy team and stunning and slowing them is enough to ensure your team
Will win the
towers
match.
and boss.
Oh my
In
god.
Losing Grasp, much
Yeah, that's enough. That's just enough. You just go into it like, nah, you can't kill me, so I'm just gonna stun you. Fuck you guys. And they're like, what? This Blood Decay? Are you serious? Oh no, there's a horse. I see him. He is behind that house. I'm backing out of
the
Apex.
same is true. If you can
I want to pause this. I'm gonna come out of Apex, and I'm gonna vanish out of here in 2 minutes if he doesn't find me. Now he might be scared of coming over to this Apex because he doesn't know if I'm a mage. If he's slow about this at all, he'll just let me skate. Watch. If he's paranoid, he kind of skated that house like he wanted to kind of scope me. Like I think we saw each other at the same time. Already, he's now out of a quarter of his time, and we're getting down to like 90, right? Out of 120. This is how ninja logging is, and it's kind of crazy. You just do it in their fucking face, but I've done it all my life, basically. I don't really care. That's a good tip. Ogmir can stand still with a bow and kill 2 people before rock solid falls off. And that's actually a good point. I was like, wait, can I stand here and just shoot bow and they can't block? I think I will do that. I will run archery on this character. That was what I needed to know. I will run bow. So if we get jumped farming and we have kits, I can push the guy and get him low and fight him and just keep trying to stab him with the life drain or whatever. And then she just starts shooting the bow. And the minute that I die, I switch to the character while he's looting. I shoot the bow at him and just keep shooting the bow at him and max archery out so the hits actually really hurt. I'm good with a bow. I'm good. I'm not scared of using bows.
Reach the enemy team and slow them down. Your allies will have a very easy job.
So that guy let me
demolishing
ninja log.
the-
All I have to do is wait 5 minutes, you know. I'm just gonna wait 5 minutes. Who cares, you know? He's gonna be like, where the fuck did this guy go? I'm gonna give him a good 5 or 10 minutes. He can run his eyes over that terrain. He can check the pocket. He can check the water. It doesn't matter. Give him 5-10 minutes. But I don't want him knowing what I'm doing there. I don't want him to expect me there. I want it to be this mystery. Like, did I see somebody there? But he's gone now. He's gone now. That's what I want it to be, right? And he won't know. He won't know what I was doing or what the deal was. Was it a bandit? Was it a player? That's the kind of confusion I'm looking for here. Gotta get Signet. Yeah.
Force that reaches them at Sunken in the first battle. Finally, in Ashran, you can just power through the enemy or even solo the boss, as I'm showing here.
What? You can solo the fucking boss?
Quest. The meta strategy is to take the hangar first, and the team that does so wins 90% of the time. If you can tie up the enemy before they reach the flag, it's basically game over. The gravitational displacer item is incredibly useful here. Now, I imagine this video will get a lot of hate because when you're on the other side of this equation...
You hate this. I hate blood DKs.
The Death Knight,
but they've been doing it. They've been doing this for 12 years. They've been doing it since day one. This is who they are. This is what the class was meant to be. This is the class lore. They're just living out their class lore. I don't really hate them. I just don't respect that one man has that much power or whatever. It's sort of insane.
Frustrating. If you know how, though, it's
you can kill the boss because the boss doesn't heal. You can't heal. You can't kill players. That's the other thing about this. Blood doesn't kill players. Blood helps other teammates kill players. Blood does not kill players. It just doesn't have the outgoing damage.
But
I don't think a blood can kill like a mage. You know, I mean, blood can kill mage if they're in this terrible blood, you know, blood feral versus mage feral or something like that or whatever. Yeah, the blood can still kill you because there's no heals. But I mean, anytime that there's a situation with heals, you can't kill the blood and the blood can't kill you. If you have heals, the blood can't kill you. If the blood has heals, you can't kill him. And so that's why blood is so stupid. It's why it's so generally hated. I can see somebody from the outside being like, blood is just some one button win. No, it's a one button tank.
How to do it. Here's a good example which is typical. A Death Knight is trying to solo our mage here in Ashran, the mini boss, and I get in the way. Now what a lot of people do is stand in front of the Death Knight or other tank, and that allows the tank to heal
you just
themselves.
Spam soul tap or whatever it is.
The other DK might as well be invincible.
Yeah.
The trick is to remove yourself from the DK's range so they can't use Death Strike.
Yeah.
And stun and slow them until they've exhausted their cooldowns whilst using range attacks. Remember, separate the DK.
I can't believe Blood DK has ranged attack.
Quick.
Blood DK is so dumb.
Mechanics are a little more complicated, but the same.
He beat that Frost DK. That's so stupid. Because like if you misplay Blood, they're easy to kill if you know what Blood is. If you don't know, you're dead.
If they can't hit anything, they can't heal themselves.
No, they can't do anything.
You'll find that a lot of the tanking strategies I've mentioned in this video actually work very well when the War Within launches, even though there'll be no armor scaling bug then. There's also quite a few secret buffs and debuffs that can be taken with you into different forms of player versus player combat and allow you to do even more damage and make you even more indestructible. If I made those public, they get fixed fast. But if you're really interested in turning your character into a PvP beast, you might want to consider joining my Patreon, where secrets.
I think it's a lie. It's just this video with a couple of more tips. Yeah, I don't think he's got anything more. I don't think it's a lie. I think it's he's like gaming me. No, they don't. Let's do this one. This one might be
Hello,
fun.
and welcome to Archvelder's Hacks with Archvelder and his amazing hacks. In this video, I'll be discussing a strange glitch which allows you to fly in Undermine. Sort of. So, prior to the release of the Undermine in World of Warcraft, Blizzard made it very clear there would be no flying, with the focus on their new ground-based driving system. Now,
Why?
in my never-ending mission to ruin the specific vision of Warcraft developers, I tried various workarounds and items we've used over the years to confound Blizzard and glitch out the game, and none of them worked. It seemed Blizzard had thought of everything to stop flying. I mean, they hadn't thought of fixing all the dumb bugs in their game, but they had removed all the fun stuff. Or so I thought until I logged on to my Demon Hunter. No, this isn't going where you were thinking. We aren't going to be doing any parkour or double jumping.
No.
I got distracted by something and went AFK, and when I came back, the Demon Hunter was dead. Now, Alliance Demon Hunters have to be Night Elves, and Night Elves, when they die, transform into Wisps. You'd think this would just be a stylistic change, but Wisp form actually obeys different rules than Ghost form, and to my astonishment, I found that Blizzard had put no restrictions on flight form at all. You could fly anywhere in Undermine. You'll notice the maximum flight limit is actually quite low, and certain things are still inaccessible, such as the edges of the map and this Zeppelin.
Wow.
They are actually hidden behind dozens of invisible walls, which require much more sophisticated tech to get past. Now, of course, you're in Wisp form, and everything is rather dull and grey. So cool as this is, we really want a live character up here. There is a way. Before your character dies, queue for a follower dungeon. After your character dies, enter the follower dungeon. You'll find you can do this when dead.
Oh my god. You just leave and you're alive and you're on
Now,
the
leave
perch.
the instance group.
Oh
And
my
when
god.
You re-enter
And then you can just
Undermine,
mount
you'll
up.
find that you are alive at the last location
And you can
were
just
in
demon
Wisp
knife
form
float.
when you were dead.
Anywhere.
Now, this is important. There is only a 40-second gap between the follower dungeon pop-up appearing and then expiring, which isn't a great deal of time to get where you want to go. So you'll want to time your character's death very exactly. This simple macro will tell you exactly how long you have before the pop-up expires. Now, the obvious way to get your character killed is by a hostile mob, but that actually takes too long, generally speaking. It's too inexact. You lose too many seconds trying to time that correctly. So we'll try two other ways. The first is obviously to use full damage, and the second is to use pinch whistle nitro fuel and a cooking fire. You can get a cooking fire from picking up level 1 cooking, and this will cause your character to catch fire and die quickly after 2 applications of the fuel. This is a better option when on the ground. You may be able to buy some fuel off your auction house. Alternatively, you can go to your faction's inn in the faction village areas of Ashran, that's Storm Shield and Warspear. You can use this same trick to fly in the interior of any building, though Blizzard have this annoying habit of blocking off interesting areas, like the interior of the Intercontinental Hotel. One thing I really wanted to do was get into the mysterious interior of the Galagio, which is normally completely inaccessible. Just worth mentioning something here really strange happens. If you try and drive your car in here, you get stuck in an infinite teleport loop. You cannot escape without hearthing. It's very peculiar. Now, when you try and use the wisp method to get past the bouncers, you can do it, but you get stuck in an invisible wall and can't progress any further into the interior. Using Fast Sight from a shaman, you can actually look inside though, and it is mostly what you'd expect, apart from this interesting blue section stretching off into the infinity of the twisting nether. This trick is fantastic for exploration, and I'm sure because it's so much fun, Blizzard will hotfix it instantly. So you might want to get on the case really quickly if you want to use this. Now, will you get banned for using this exploit? No, you won't. Even Blizzard aren't that pathetic. Now, aside from exploration, there's limited practical use for this exploit, though you can use it for safe spotting if you want to be an enormous prick, like I'm demonstrating here. This is absolutely broken in World PvP. Using this in World PvP is much more straightforward. You can just die near an object or a small building that you want to get on top of, and then fly back to the location of your corpse. You don't need to use any special tricks here.
Oh my god.
It's very unfair and enormous fun. If you love this type of exploit, bear in mind that I have gold making, leveling, and damage increasing exploits on my Patreon right now. Hello and welcome to Archvelder's Hacks with Archvelder and his amazing hacks. In this video we'll be looking at the most broken battleground ever released in Warcraft, and it's broken in a good way, allowing players to use all kinds of funky tricks to do all kinds of fun stuff. The battleground in question is Korak's Revenge. Why is this so broken? I'm not even talking about the completely messed up scaling which allows you to simply one-shot lower level players unfortunate or unwise enough to queue into the battleground. Let's give you an example. Take this location right in the center of the battleground. This is the area where Horde and Alliance first meet at the start of the battleground. If we go around to the side of this little dwarven house, something weird happens. Yep, you go straight through the wall into an area that's hidden from view and inaccessible by any other method. And below you, as you can see here, there's a gigantic hole in the Alterac Valley universe.
That's what this was.
Here, you'll fall straight up.
This has been around for 20 years, but I never knew what this was. I've seen them use it for years and years. I'm like, I can't reach him. How do I get in there? How do I stop that guy? I learned to just stay away from that hut at all. You just don't go near that hut at all. I always wondered what this was. I'd never seen it before.
Of the edge of the world into the area below Alterac Valley.
Oh my
You'll
god.
fall down eventually to your death, or depending exactly where you fall, you'll get disconnected. Now this is what I call a soft disconnect. A soft disconnect means you have to relog once to find your character at the nearest graveyard. A hard disconnect means your character gets permanently disconnected every time you log in. It's much more obnoxious. Now, this is very useful to all classes simply as an escape route when outnumbered by enemy players. Even though I just run in here, most players don't know how to do that. And will
they don't know.
you and let you regenerate your health inside. That itself makes this extraordinarily powerful, as you effectively can't die in this area unless you have a large amount of damage over time effect. Now this gets really interesting for warlocks. If you put down a demonic circle, you can port
Just
players
warp back
to the edge of the hole using Shadow Rift. That's the PvP talent. And if their momentum propels them forward, you've either sent them hurtling to their deaths, or they
oh my god, he just killed like 5 people.
Harassed by persistent and psychotic rogues.
Yeah.
If they get deceived, what happens is really interesting. The players are suspended in midair. You can attack them, and it appears their health isn't going down. But if you attack them enough, they will actually die and you get credit for the kill. Now, long-time viewers may remember a trick I posted a couple of years back now about a method which was literally the most powerful PvP exploit that has ever been discovered in WoW. Basically, you access the area underneath Dun Baldar and ported players into that area, which permanently disconnected them for the duration of the battleground. Clearly, Blizzard think they fixed this and it's no longer possible. Why? Let's have a look from on top of Dun Baldar Fortress from the other side. You can see Blizzard have put in these ingenious devices, these colourful collision detecting rods that prevent movement on top of the fortress, which should prevent you from accessing the fortress and getting underneath it. Really clever stuff from Blizzard. There's just one thing. If they stop people jumping on top of the fortress, how did I get up here? I'm not going to show you exactly how I did it, as Blizzard would presumably put rods in the current working locations, and that wouldn't be good for anybody. But basically, you just use another combination of movement abilities in a different area on another part of the fortress. You can still port a number of players under Dun Baldar, as I showed in my original Shadow Rift video. This is arguably the most powerful PvP exploit in WoW.
Wow.
As it disconnects players for the duration
Oh
of the
my god.
I would not recommend doing this for casual players, as it does trigger reports that will eventually get you banned in enough numbers. However, it is fun to use against pre-mates who are
Just
usually
being
cheating pretty
shit.
hard themselves
Yeah.
in various ways.
Most.
If you
Yeah.
still want to try this out despite my warnings, then the information is explained in detail on my Patreon. A less controversial strategy,
Wow.
but still a very effective one, is to just target the area around the Stormpike aid station flank and hold up the fort for a long time. I discovered an amazing exploit while up here.
Oh
which
my
applies to
god.
all the trees in the
You
entire
can-
battle.
Oh my god.
Jump onto the top of this tree here, it's not as difficult as it looks, and you get much closer to the flag while still being well out of melee range. But that's not all. With a toy like the Dark Moon Seesaw or the Dance Mat, you can then get inside the base of the tree, and then you can actually go up inside the base of the tree. This has amazing line of sight properties, making you invincible.
This
to
is
attacks
why I
from
don't
the
consider like multiplayer PvP like very like legitimate, because it's riddled with shit like this that I just don't think is legit. I've never legitimized it as a legitimate like pursuit really.
angles.
Even
This means that when the
Fortnite,
ball is
even
approaching the flag,
like tournament Fortnite, I really don't think is like that fair. I think a bunch of the times you're actually seeing things that are delivered to you, but the bad stuff is sort of like called out. This sort of stuff that they do in the background.
from the left, you can protect the flag with AoE attacks, but you aren't vulnerable to attacks from the oncoming horde, as they aren't passing through the tree. It is a really interesting and exploitable mechanic that normally only applies in FPS games. Here's a weird fact. The walls in the towers in Alldayerrydaybaby Valley are paper thin, and you can actually attack NPCs and players through the walls using auto attacks and various other abilities, especially area of effect abilities. Now, Shadow Rift entrapment exploits aren't limited to the locations I showed earlier. There's actually two in the center of the map near to the first one I showed. Not that it is very easy to trap yourself here. You need to put down a demonic gateway near to the entrapment location. If you walk through the wall, you get completely stuck, and there's no way out. The multiple NPCs in the main bases of the two factions are meant to slow down zerging strategies, but as usual, Blizzard have messed this up completely, and they can be bypassed quite easily. You can actually attack Frostwolf bypassing all the NPCs.
Oh my god.
Using some simple jumping tricks to access the Frostwolf flag, allowing your team immediate access to the towers and the boss. Finally, no guide like this would be complete without a method to kill a raid boss. In Karak's Revenge and Alterac Valley, each faction can summon 2 bosses. Horde can summon Lokalar the Ice Lord, and Alliance can summon Ivus the Forest Lord. If the faction who summons the boss backs them up properly, then that usually is the end of the game. They are very difficult to kill, but they have one major exploitable weakness. Their pathing and evasion mechanics are quite simple. If you can get to an area which is normally out of bounds, the boss will attempt to attack you, but retreat shortly afterwards. But then, because you retain aggro, the boss will try and attack you again, and the cycle repeats. Enemy players will not be able to get at you, so you only have to survive the boss's ranged attacks, which are not that strong.
Oh my god.
Bring down the boss's health and prevent him from advancing further. Just a final word here, Karak's Revenge was an amazing battleground when it was released in 2019. It awarded a ton of experience, had effective and interesting scaling mechanics also, and for a brief time actually delivered on the promise of epic PvP that Blizzard have so painfully failed to ever deliver.
Yeah.
Its current incarnation is an insult to the developers who came up with the original Alterac Valley and its passionate epic PvP player base. And this isn't because of the exploits, it is because the current incarnation has moved away from the original intent to recreate the intensity and grandeur of the original Alterac Valley from vanilla into a lifeless and unappealing zerg to both bosses. Not much different from regular Alterac Valley on retail. When it was first released, I had more fun doing this than almost anything I've done in WoW. You can make this battleground great again, Blizzard. You just need to attract people who actually like epic PvP, rather than trying to trick and annoy players into doing it, who ultimately just hate being there. Dumbing down something for the benefits of people who don't want to do it in the first place is the worst possible strategy. If you love PvP exploits, my Patreon has the largest archive of PvP exploits that has
ever existed. Okay, I'm gonna get off him now. We did a lot of his videos.
Come on, prove yourself. I'm fine on my own.
Metabee?
Come on.
Metabee, behave yourself.
What?
You heard me.
Don't think.
Walking to Stargate.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. I was in media res. Just reading the Ars Gouda, which...
Okay, I'm gonna pop Vayne now.
is the bestiary from Vampire Survivors. In case you couldn't tell, it's the actual in-game item that you pick up to access the bestiary, which I happened to write. My husband made me an actual physical version of the book.
Approaching
I
Stargate.
am frigging delighted. Also, I want you to think about Vampire Survivors, about Balatro, about any number of these small indie games that came out of quote-unquote nowhere and surprised the big budget game industry by being really successful on terms
By being actually
investors
fun.
just couldn't understand. And I want
They're
you
like,
to think
oh my god, it's
about
fun.
that
We
when
we
talk
can't
about
understand this. How dare these games be fun?
Nintendo's price hike for certain games that came out of the Switch 2 reveal, because people are blaming tariffs. Hell, Nintendo tariffs. You know, that whole thing, what that man did over in America. But
Yeah.
I don't buy it. Not entirely. Anyway, we do need to remember that months ago, the game industry was smacking its chops, looking at GTA 6, thinking, oh, they might be able to get away with jacking up the price to $100. I hope they do that. You see,
Autopilot
people
jumping.
want to excuse Nintendo on this, but Nintendo is doing what the industry wants. This is where the industry's going. I would say that the end game is to eventually get us to $100 across the board, but this is the game industry. This is business. There is no end game, because they're just going to want more and more and more. So there are several reasons why I am not going to blame tariffs for this, not in totality. And this is coming from me. I would absolutely love to blame everything on the right wing here, and I will project some hope, but they need to study the industry. They have thought for this, and when someone shows you who they are, believe them. So no, I'm not going to excuse Nintendo on this one. In fact, I've got a whole video coming up where I do exactly not that. I don't believe you. Reality? You've been pushing the bounds of my credulity for a while. In fact, I've struggled to believe anything is real since pretty...
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Starting to get tired. Oh, get back and watch a video. But first, we'll leave the EVE Online here for a minute, and we'll do a first-person view. And I will be right back. Gotta go to the restroom in the rain. Gonna be a minute. Sucks. I have a jacket.
Autopilot jumping.
I was going to be able to walk today. Annoying.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Hello.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Shoes. Okay, back to work.
Approaching station.
Oh, you can single player this game?
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Much Brexit, but you, my good friend Reality, have absolutely gone too far. I can just about believe the current American shitscape. I can even believe that Elon Musk actually exists and isn't a weird political cartoon imbued with a perverse facsimile of life. But Nintendo, charging $80 for a video game. Reality is pushing the perimeters of, well, reality. And you know what? I think I'm actually legitimately going to straight up deny this is really a thing. Oh, the sweet incubating womb of ignorance. Nothing can reach me here. Just think back to when you last felt okay and have a do-over from there. It's not 2025, it never was. It's 2006. I've just started reviewing games for a living. EA just released Black. Anything is possible. The world's at my feet. Oh wait, no, that was the year my mum's boyfriend started carrying around a knife with my name on it. It's 2007. What? The world's at my... Wait, no, that was the year I moved in with a math teacher who would dress up like a Nazi for fun. It's 2008. Wait, no, moved to Mississippi. Wait, what year did my tits start looking good? We'll start from there. Let's see. Started the anti-histamines in 2020. Nothing bad happened in 2020. It's not 2025, it's 2020, and the world is open. Anyone could forgive me for thinking it's a joke, right? $80 for Mario Kart. Okay, Zilla, is this actually a thing? Like, legitimately, is that what they're charging? Because I keep looking at it and I genuinely don't believe it.
Oh yeah, it's real. You know, as if I needed a second reason to pass on another piece of Nintendo hardware. Frankly, they lost me at no new WarioWare DIY. That's not an MSRP, that's a parody of the game industry's complete disconnect with normality. Actually, you know what? Maybe it's just America because of all the you know, the whole trade-burning fascist coup thing.
Fuck yeah.
I'm sure if I checked the UK listings, I wouldn't find a 75 quid price tag slapped on the... I am quite honestly stunned by this one. We all knew Take-Two was considering it. The grasping bastards have considerable cultural leverage to do so with Grand Theft Auto 6. In fact, it sounds like game publishers were positively salivating at the idea of GTA 6 making it okay for all of them to jack up prices only a few years since the last hike. I'd expect that sort of move from a disgusting sleaze pit of a company like Take-Two, but Nintendo, well, I guess if nothing else, it's a hearty reminder that game corporations aren't your friend. And there is in fact no such thing as a good one. Nintendo may have its family-friendly mask. It may have its performative regard for responsible monetization. It may even conduct itself as slightly less of a toxic fuck dump than a number of other publishers we could mention, but make no mistake, within Nintendo's cavity beats the same heart that pulses within all mainstream game companies, the rotting, desiccated, ant-filled heart of an irredeemable cunt. So much for an exciting Switch 2 reveal, eh? So I have better things to do than sit through entire game company presentations, preferring to watch the actual interesting bits the morning after. But it really backfired here because I saw the news and in all seriousness my brain outright rejected it. Without seeing Nintendo's bold-faced fucking audacity firsthand, I mentally filed away the headlines I'd read as definitely nothing to be concerned about. Even now, after coming to grips with reality's latest kick in the clit, I can feel every neuron in my grey matter resisting the facts. Here we are, though, at short last. The moment the industry was gagging.
Oh, that's how the room looks? Oh, wow.
To falsify the grift of perpetual growth that our unhinged economy hinges on. Nintendo signaling to the rest of the industry that it's time to start seeing if they can get away with this one, just to keep that growth grift limping along for another fiscal quarter or two.
There's some
Such
packages.
is the sheer
Oh my
mayhem of the business. The companies can boast of record revenue and yet flail and flounder. Corporate management utterly terrified, not because they're running out of money, but because they are literally making too much. So much cash is flowing in, yet everything we've seen these past few years are the acts of desperate companies. And make no mistake, that's all it is. A desperate spinning of plates to keep a scam going, that's all it ever is. Do not buy any bullshit about how companies need to do this. Sod that. This is a billion-dollar industry that's made the predators in charge ultra wealthy. They have all the money they could ever need. But that's the problem, isn't it? Because it's not about just having the money they need. It's about wanting exponentially more money forever, except how can they keep getting more when they're already raking in billions? They've hit the ceiling on how many games a year they can sell. They've hit the ceiling on how much they can monetize those games. They've hit the ceiling on the growth they can fake via layoff savings. What we're seeing here is the last pathetic grasp of an industry that's out of fucking ideas for ways to fleece its customers and fool the infantile fantasists investing in them. When there is no more room in hell, just jack the prices up and hope that buys you more time. Now I know with some of the stuff that I've said and I'm gonna say, you'll get people arguing, well, it's not as if Nintendo is as bad as an Activision or Ubisoft. And you're right, but setting these price tags, which by the way are even more expensive physical, is going to enable those other companies. Like, they don't even have to wait for the green light they were going to get from GTA 6. They've just gotten it from Nintendo. And that's what really makes me sick, is all those companies who have been waiting for this excuse to ask for a handout. Which is what the steady and arbitrary raising of prices is when you think about it. I mean, it's not like the games are getting bigger or better, is it? In fact, they're getting worse. Even the so-called deluxe editions of games, as we've explained in another video, have less content in them than they used to ever since the pay-to-access early scam has replaced items that had at least some meaningful value to players. So-called AAA games are inherently flimsier, smaller, and so much more hollow than they used to be, all because corporate gutted what they used to be. They can't even guarantee that their incomplete, skeletal live service games will be operational after a few months, let alone finished.
You're still mad at me?
How dare publishers expect more for less? How dare they hold their hands out like, money please? Not to keep bringing up a game I work on, but it really needs pointing out that Vampire Survivors is $5. $5 for a jaw-dropping level of content, and the expansions practically pile on a sequel's worth more gameplay for the same price, or cheaper, or fully fucking free. I've had the distinct pleasure of being able to see Punkle become a fucking powerhouse off the back of Vampire Survivors' staggeringly generous value prospect, and we keep seeing things like this. Indie video games that charge a fraction of the cost of a big budget game offer so much more game for the money and succeed in ways that make big budget publishers actively bloody jealous. It is entirely possible to make a ton of cash by being, you know, ethical and kind and not a predatory piece of shit. In fact, it's such a good way of succeeding in this cruel business that it's leaving the executive class absolutely baffled, which would be hilarious if their privileged cluelessness wasn't so fucking insulting and destructive. Don't believe those clown comics either if they tell you it's not that simple, that they can't just make their games more affordable, that they just can't adopt a business model like Vampire Survivors. They can.
Only the clown is impressed. The audience sees through everything that's happening.
It is that simple. They choose for it not to be. The tenets of business didn't just spring up out of nowhere. They weren't found in the forest. This mess is by design. A monster explicitly created and fed by utter fucking rifles who lost control of it ages ago yet continue to feed the beast. Dickheads. The apologists are already out there making excuses for this inexcusable shit. Some of them are hardcore Nintendo fans, so predisposed toward forgiving Daddy, they'd let Miyamoto shit in their hair and wipe his ass on their eyeballs. Others are the usual corporate thralls, trotting out the usual laundry list of propaganda. Oh, something, something inflation, something, something not their fault, something, something, it's just business. I fucking hate it when people say things like it's just business. The phrase "it's just business" is a permission slip that businesses give themselves to conduct business however they like. Even worse is, businesses exist to make money, as if having a singular reason for doing awful things somehow justifies them. No, it fucking doesn't. A flesh-eating parasite just exists to eat the flesh it's parasitizing. But if you had a brown crawler munching on your rectum, you'd hardly live and let live. Oh, and before we go any further, no, this isn't really about the Nazi president's tariffs. Those are fucking madness and are destructive on a whole other level, but they're not why the game industry is being the same avarice-led abomination it always is. I absolutely expect execs to tastelessly and opportunistically use the tariffs as an excuse for all sorts of exploitative things they were going to do anyway, but I refuse to swallow a drop of their slime on this one. And anyone in games business leadership who tries it should be considered fucking sick for taking advantage of such a horrific situation. Just remember that the people currently running the game industry into the ground already have so much money they could take massive pay cuts and afford all the things they pretend their companies can't. But rather than turn down money they wouldn't miss, they'd rather terminate hundreds of jobs that people need. Please stop believing these tiny little monsters. This price hike is what the industry's wanted for a while. You might have noticed this already, but the prices are being jacked up worldwide. And, like, publishers are licking their lips watching GTA 6 and literally hoping it'll cost $100. A full hundo for a base game Take-Two will absolutely monetize to strip mining levels. That's where they already were at before this week. Trade could be on fire or firing on all cylinders, and publishers would still charge anything they felt they could get away with. There is not enough emphasis across the entire landscape of rhetoric to express the depths of depravity we're talking about with the creatures in financial control. In fact, the global trade tax racket is simply one of several reasons why Nintendo's despicable price hike is particularly vicious, crude, and insulting. Video game publishers keep behaving like they haven't noticed this, but everyone's financially fucked. Well, everyone but the inoculated executives who've been doing plenty of the fucking, which is of course why publishers are so out of touch as to keep behaving like everybody has the disposable income to keep throwing at them. This is why I've been calling Nintendo's price hike mean-spirited and malicious. The world is getting violently expensive, not for dickhead executives and investors of course, but for the very folks whose money they rely on to stay in business. Charging them more is just plain ghoulish. Working class people are facing worsening punishments for being working class, taxed more, charged more, protected less, with fewer benefits. The least people deserve is some Mario Kart at the end of a long day of labour that the system's coerced out of them. And some of you may think that sounds entitled. Well, you know what? Everyone is quite literally entitled to escapism from the shit-fuck nightmare that's been inflicted on the lot of us. And now allow me to say, "Arr, matey," for no related reason. I won't be surprised at all to see piracy surge. The fiefdomization of online streaming's already making it popular again, but look, there's a cost of living crisis. Landlords have been allowed to take upwards of half a tenant's earnings for rent, power bills are skyrocketing, and while some court jesters want to justify the game industry's pricing with that inflation, they never acknowledge that wages are not rising along with inflation. Inflation that, by the way, is literally the fault of those very executives and investors who use it to excuse themselves. You know they could just stop it, right? I know it sounds oversimplified, but that's only because they make it sound like some force of nature nobody has any control over. Cave people didn't crack open a coconut one day to find some economy spilling out of it. Sympathize with me on this one. I'm very fortunate enough to have maintained a good income via Patreon and my freelance work, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the former. Part of that Patreon is literally budgeted for securing games to review because I purchase the majority of what I critique. And even with that privilege, I'm thinking twice about the games I get. Ever since the $70 hike, I've been less willing to buy games, and this is my job. This is literally what I do for a living, and I'm preparing for it to become unsustainable. So that's where I'm at. The point is, people have less and less money in a world where everything is costing more and more, and game publishers, always prone to a sense of entitlement and exceptionalism, are acting as if a populace increasingly struggling to pay rent and watching the resources they need to live skyrocket in price are still going to keep hundreds of dollars a month aside to spend on video games that offer less and less value for more and more cash. Some thralls used to justify excessive monetization to me by saying games are a luxury, so companies can charge what they like. But that absurd logic cuts a lot sharper the other way round. Games are a luxury. And guess what households cut out of their budget when they need to save money? Sorry, but when it's up against food and heating, Mario Kart suddenly looks like a worthless fucking frivolity. This, by the way, is why the argument that games were more expensive in the 90s is an utterly bloody stupid one, employed by those incapable of understanding historical context. Sure, you can claim games were more expensive in the day, but if you don't acknowledge how much further money went back then, how much more disposable income
How
was
much better
around,
the games
as well as how
were.
it used to be normal for certain products to get cheaper over time instead of more expensive, you're being disingenuous or jizz ignorant. I had one strange commenter on the Big Blue Sky try to justify Nintendo's behaviour by pointing me to my own past video, the $60 myth, where I pointed out how the old games never raised their prices argument was bullshit, and full games actually had gotten more expensive when you consider how DLC and microtransactions gated off content that used to be part of an all-in cost of entry. I don't know what point they thought they were making. Increasing what I call the shell price of games isn't going to make all that DLC disappear, it's just going to make the full cost of enjoying a game all the more fucking unaffordable. Oh, and speaking of affordable, don't dare come to me with games are too expensive to make. I'll just say what I always say these days. I'll talk about the cost of making games as soon as the industry addresses the cost of paying executives. Same goes for those tariffs and all. Executives are where most of the money goes, bled out to be hoarded by the biggest financial drain a development budget can have. So fuck that shit. At this point, the industry is asking for a crash. It deserves it, and it'll be entirely the fault of the dickheads running it. If not for the fact that it would harm thousands of innocent people working in the business, I would full-on delight in the mainstream game industry crashing and burning. Or maybe what these fucking leeches are banking on is games becoming unaffordable for less wealthy people. Maybe pricing more and more people out of the market is some sort of fucked up scheme to redefine video games as luxurious status symbols, allowing publishers to keep jacking up prices and milking more money out of fewer, richer people. It wouldn't be the first time an industry has done that. It's not like the vast majority of money made by microtransactions doesn't come from a tiny percentage of so-called whales. Publishers already know they can get a lot of cash if they just swindle the right targets. Of course, this is a bit of conspiratorial thinking on my part, but when you're increasing your prices for non-essential goods on the cusp of a global recession, who knows what's going through your head? What I do know is this: it's fucking vile. What Nintendo is trying to normalize here, and normalization of horrible practices is always a prime motive, is absolutely frigging disgusting to me. I really mean that. I am disgusted by Nintendo. Just remember, it is always morally okay to pirate Nintendo's games. It's fun as well. So yeah, sorry that it's a bit of a dour and dire video today. That's the game industry for you. It doesn't let you linger on positivity for long. Now, I know that what I've said is going to offend some people, that some people will say that, no, this is all because of the whole trade war bullshit. But no, this is what the game industry wants. And what Nintendo is normalizing, what Nintendo is communicating with what it's doing to the wider mainstream game industry is not good. It is, in fact, shit. And you can, in fact, thank God for me.
About a month before Starfield came out, I released a video where I explained that the advertising for the game was being disingenuous, and Bethesda lacked both the talent and technology to make it good. This video currently sits as my most disliked video, and I was bombarded with hate comments from people who said I was wrong. 1 month later, Starfield came out, and it was the worst received single-player RPG Bethesda has launched in recent memory. Now, on YouTube, generally you want to stick to content your audience likes, so I shouldn't make a video about my doubts surrounding the Elder Scrolls 6. But you know what? I'm gonna roll the dice, baby. I'm pretty sure the new Elder Scrolls game, whenever it comes out, is going to be of similar quality to Starfield, and somebody has to talk about this. While we have only seen a single teaser...
I liked Starfield. But yeah, more Bethesda, more of the same Bethesda won't do. I don't need them talking as much as they do. I need their combat to be a little bit better. I need some kind of overall reason to do all of it that's better than what they've been providing, because their MSQ isn't it. Grinding 50 billion dungeons isn't it. They've got to make that all somehow worth something. They need to give you some kind of player housing where all of your work goes into that. All the stealing that you do goes directly into your house. They've got to revolutionize in some way or another.
Teaser trailer regarding Elder Scrolls 6, I'm going to make a prediction about what will unfold between...
I'm sure the music will probably be good. And that's what I'm counting on. The rest of it, who knows?
Now and the launch of this game. Prior to the game's release, Bethesda is going to show a few more trailers and proudly proclaim that in this game, you can do everything. No, for real this time, guys. It's not like all our other recent games, which are horrible cash grabs that don't even work. This time, we're telling the truth. As we get closer and closer to release, Todd Howard will lead Bethesda's team as they declare more and more features and focus on how the game seamlessly blends an open-world action-adventure with a deep story, political intrigue, and customization beyond your wildest dreams. Most of these will be exaggerations, some will be outright lies, but the hype train will leave the station with millions of suckers, gamers on board. Upon release, the game will be a glitch-ridden mess that, while featuring a vast, beautiful world, ultimately has shallow mechanics and gameplay when compared with other contemporary titles. While mods will come around to eventually make it a truly remarkable experience, the base product will pale in comparison to a bevy of superior titles releasing around the same time.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm like really on the... Damn it, all of this reset, huh? All of it? Fuck, that's loud.
Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Did you get the keybinds at least? Tell me you got the keybinds. I spent some time on that. Yeah, you did, okay. So, low game. Did you get one? No, I didn't save. God damn it. Fuck. Did you save the character at least so I don't have to worry about that?
How do I know this? Do I have a crystal ball or some spells or something? Or have I just followed the career of Todd Howard for decades and realized this guy is a bigger snake oil salesman than Nigel Dickens?
Well, I represent the only company that makes the genuine article that cures headaches, neuralgia, earache, toothaches, backache, swelling, sprain.
What player homes? That crappy Starfield ship? Fucking Hearthfire? Like that 4-bedroom house or whatever? What fucking player homes? What player homes?
Yes.
What skill tree? I wouldn't call Starfield's skill tree a skill tree. I barely ever used it.
Of the throats, contracted cords and muscles, anxieties and ravaged nerves, stiff joints, wrenches, dislocations, cuts and bruises, and it adds vitality and vigor to to the healthy man.
Hey, I'm bringing out the Red Dead Redemption 1 jokes, everyone. If you got that joke, you're cool in my book. It's a great game. Let's explore why.
I got it, but it wasn't
my
funny.
sincerest hopes, The Elder Scrolls 6 is probably going to be a disappointment. So check this out. We got Red Dead Redemption 2 and Starfield. Obviously, Red Dead Redemption 2 looks a lot better, but can you believe it was actually released 5 years before Starfield? Back in my day, 5 years was a development lifetime.
It
A
was.
game might look like this in 1990, and then in 1996, it would look like this. Holy shit, I can move around in 3D? Games are never going to look better than this. So why is it that two games from two massive studios with near limitless resources can look so different in quality, despite the fact that one came out well after the other? Are people at Bethesda just bad at making games? Well, no. Bethesda has a hugely talented staff of people, and I think in general they have the ability to make fantastic games. Even though their team is smaller than the team for something like Red Dead Redemption 2, that isn't the main issue. The core of their problem is their engine. Okay, so when you make a video game, you use an engine, right? You've probably seen this before. You know, the 18 splash screens that are unskippable before you can play the game you paid $60 fucking for. Some of those are logos for an engine. Basically, an engine is the foundation upon which you build a game. It's like if you're a YouTuber, you need software to edit a video, and if you use Adobe Premiere, you have the best of the best, so you can literally do anything you can think of. But if you're stuck using iMovie 1999, you are highly limited in what you can do because the tool itself is ancient. Hey, isn't that an absurd and funny joke? Doesn't the notion of using a piece of software built in 1999 sound so ludicrous? Hey, let's see when Bethesda's Gamebryo engine was first made. 1997? A year after Super Mario 64 was released? What the fuck? Now, every geek in the universe is furiously typing to tell me that Bethesda uses the Creation Engine to make their games, which was released in 2011, and they have started using the Creation Engine 2 since 2023. Unfortunately, this engine is a pile of garbage. The architecture of this engine is built on the Gamebryo engine, and many limitations that existed in 1997 are still present in it today. Don't believe me? If you examine the look and feel of Morrowind, it's pretty much exactly the same as Skyrim. Sure, the graphics have come a long way, characters now have voices, and everything generally feels smoother, but the core limitations of the game are still the same. Fighting an enemy? Swing your weapons around in the goofiest way possible. Are you talking to someone? Slow zoom into the face while they stand there motionless or do very basic stuff. NPC scripting? People can just like walk around and sometimes sit down. Cool. Compare that to something like Cyberpunk 2077 and look at what the characters can do in there and how your character moves, and it's a world of difference. While the Creation Engine isn't horrible and it can be fine for some games, it can never go up against the engines used for better games. Red Dead Redemption 2's engine was first released in 2006, Cyberpunk's engine was first released in 2011, and Horizon Forbidden West's engine was first released in 2013. It's no surprise these games are all far more technically brilliant than anything Bethesda has ever done. While some of those dates may still seem ancient by today's standards, the difference between what a piece of software could fundamentally do in the late 90s versus the early 2010s was huge. And while all of these engines enjoy frequent updates that allow them to adapt to the times, it seems like the Creation Engine is being held back by its archaic technology, no matter how much they update it. You can only slap so much lipstick on the pig, folks. And I personally think that, oh, damn it! iMovie crashed again. Hold on. Stupid fucking iMovie not working for my internet videos. Come on! Okay, we're good. Let's keep going. Every single fucking game made on this engine has glitches, static NPCs, and generally plays like an RPG made for the original Xbox, which isn't surprising considering it was originally built to make an RPG on the original Xbox. I mean, this is driving me mad. Why are they still using this engine? Oh yeah, money exists, and all they care about is money. The problem is, money-grubbing parasites who sit on executive boards could never be convinced to let Todd and company build a whole new engine. It takes a lot of time and money, kids, and that's time that could go into a new Elder Scrolls adventure that will inevitably look and play worse than games that came out years or perhaps decades before. So yeah, if there's one culprit to blame here, it's this awful, outdated engine. I said this before Starfield came out, and I'm saying it again now. But that's not the only issue at hand. Bethesda is the darling child of many a gamer who fondly remembers the fun they had when they first walked into
that's
the
gone
beautiful
now.
open worlds presented in their games. But let's be real about something. Todd and company are business people first, and they care more about making a buck than making quality gaming experiences. Don't believe me? Just remember, this is the company that introduced the concept of paid cosmetic DLC that has exploded into a horrendous torrent of bullshit over the years. Introduced paid mods, a feature so mind-numbingly stupid I can't say it without nearly seizing up. Shat out a horrible pay-to-win mobile port of their largest franchise. Consistently lie about the features of their upcoming games. Check out the Starfield video if you want a montage of that. I already did it there. Now, every game company wants to make money, but usually, like the good ones, also try to make good games. Hey, I see you hiding in there, Ubisoft. Get out of here. You don't make good games. Get the hell out of here. And sure, many game developers engage in less than savory business practices. But if we had to put game devs on a scale with like Ubisoft's bullshit over here and the saint who made Stardew Valley and keeps updating it for free over here, Bethesda would absolutely be on this side of the scale. Now, Bethesda is going to try to make a decent enough game, and it will be fun, but let's not fool ourselves here. Back in the old days, they may have been fine pouring their hearts and souls into a game to make it profitable, but now they've gone down a dark path. If they want more cash, they'll just introduce some horrible bullshit designed to drain you of your hard-earned money instead of fixing a broken product. They did it with Fallout 4. They did it with Fallout 76. They did it for Starfield. Don't get me started on how they charged like $7 for a single quest in this broken mess of a game. Their model has shifted from consumer satisfaction to gouging their most loyal devotees. Their last 3 major titles have all employed some of the most disingenuous methods to drain your wallet, and I have no doubt this will continue in Elder Scrolls 6. This is especially disgusting considering in this day and age you can spend less money for far better games. Hey, look at this. RimWorld, the best game I've ever played that I've put 600 hours into, is on Steam
600
for
hours.
$35. You could buy a game that will entice you for hundreds of hours, or use that same money to buy 5 Starfield quests. Oh my god, what a conundrum. Where should you spend your hard-earned money? I don't know. What should you do? Lastly, let's talk about a point I covered in my Starfield video. While many mouth-breathing man-children proudly proclaimed I was stupid for shitting on Big Daddy Bethesda, there was one point that kind of held weight amongst some of them. Here it is. Here's your revelation. But as someone who's been gaming for over 30 years and is well past the age where I need to play games on release,
Who brags about 600 hours?
I really have to caution
I've got 10 times that on Just Rust. On Just Rust. I don't know, I'm sorry.
you only get that first playthrough once. That first playthrough of a massive game like Skyrim or Fallout New Vegas is magical beyond description. When you know next to nothing about the world and your time is spent discovering all the game has to offer, it's easy to put away dozens of hours over a single weekend and to get engrossed in the game. So if you're excited about all the offerings showcased in the trailer, I have to ask, why not wait until the game is in a state to deliver on all those features? The simple fact of the matter is that this holds true for the Elder Scrolls 6. When when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, the worst version of the game will be the version you can play on day one. Because these games are broken piles of unfinished garbage on release, Bethesda allows modders to fix the issues they should have fixed before putting it on store shelves. As patches and hotfixes are made by a small community of dedicated modders, additional content is added by the fans. You got player homes, new abilities, new quests, new locations, new game mechanics, Thomas the Tank Engine, dragons, breasts. You've got like a new singing guy over here. You got new weapons, new armor, some silly animations. And did I mention breasts? Skyrim in 2011 looked like this. Skyrim in 2025 looks like this. Now, am I saying you should wait 14 years to play the Elder Scrolls 6? No, of course not. I'm just saying maybe wait like 6 months, a year maybe? Buying Elder Scrolls 6 on release is like buying a Cybertruck on release.
I bought Starfield
it won't
on
work
release.
at all, and your friends are going to laugh at you, you fucking idiot. But if you wait a little bit and allow for people with actual talent to come around, they can fix the core concept and deliver a product wholly superior to what was initially offered. Then you can be the one laughing at stupid people who run their cars on liquefied dinosaur bones. Also, you will likely be able to get into the experience at a cheaper price thanks to sales. And if you wait long enough, Bethesda will release a version with all DLCs combined for a fraction of the initial price. Plus, your wait doesn't have to be boring. These days, a new open world RPG comes out every couple of months, and most of these are made by talented studios that don't overpromise and underdeliver for decades on end. Hell, just go to a list of the best RPGs ever. Look at all this shit. Have you played all these games? What about this one? This one's pretty good. Hey, I like that one too. Why not spend those months waiting for Elder Scrolls to get good by playing some of the best RPGs ever and working on that backlog you keep adding to every time there's a Steam sale? At the end of the day, you can do what you want with your money and time, but as someone who has been playing games for well over 3 decades, I can tell you that the Bethesda of today is very, very different from old school Bethesda. Their products are just that. Products. They seem to care more about raking in as much money as possible from a dwindling fan base of strangely dedicated whales than pushing the envelope and making ambitious experiences. And it's not like they're the only ones making games like this. You can get these incredible open world RPGs from so many different sources now. The whole reason for this video isn't to tell you not to play the Elder Scrolls 6. I'm just here to say let's temper expectations a little bit. Bethesda literally always overpromises and underdelivers, and there are no indications that Elder Scrolls 6 won't be exempt from this rule. So get out there and play Suikoden 2, goddammit. Play Persona 5 or Skies of Arcadia
don't play those games.
or Paper Mario
Skies of
and
Arcadia is
Thousand Year
good.
Door. There are many great games out there to play while you wait for Elder Scrolls 6 to get into a robust
If you
playable
like
state.
single-player
And you don't need
games.
to burn your money on a title that won't be good for months, if not years after release. Bethesda was once a market leader who pushed the envelope of what was possible in gaming, but over the past decade they've slipped into a position where they follow broken industry trends and chase money rather than making great experiences. This truly hurts me, considering I have spent thousands of hours in their older titles, but the sad truth is the Bethesda of 2025 is not the same company that delivered the hits of the early days.
Pipe or pipe? No. I like these gaming videos. They pass the time pretty well while I flip my schedule.
Hey fellow footballers, it's Angry Turtle, and today we are discussing the changes to legendary effects and perk cards coming with the next season. So still about a couple of months away, so not yet, but those are huge. The implications of that are huge, and I will mainly focus on the big changes, but I will show you a full list from the patch notes. But I will focus on the very impactful ones. So first, I decided to start with the worst one. There is only one really bad change, and that is pinpointers fix. I mean, they call it a fix. So what's happening? As you can see, description remains the same, but how it's gonna work is completely different. It's no longer good at all. It will be a rubbish legendary effect. So if you have it on your weapons now, enjoy it. Because with the next patch, this 50% will be additive. So no longer a multiplier for your damage, just an additive bonus. So the same like, let's say, Aristocrats effect. But there is more to that. No longer head would count as appendages. So only arms and legs is listed like actual appendages or a tail if some creatures do have one, but no head. So this bonus will not work on head, and it will be additive, making it a useless legendary effect. So from the best to useless, unfortunately. And that's the only really one that's from 4-star effects that disaffected. Other 4 stars remain. But there is a lot of changes to the prefixes. So star 1, as well as 2nd, 3rd star, some changes there too. Some of them look awesome on paper, but I tested them all, so I know which ones actually work. Unfortunately, one cool one doesn't work. So if we look on the regular legendary effects, you can notice first one, Bloody is going up. And the reason for that is mainly that adrenal reaction mutation is being changed. So I will discuss it both in one point here in this video. So first, the effect goes up to 130%, which is good. The old effect maxes out at 95, so that's 35% increase to the damage bonus, which is nice. But if we open the mutations, so now, adrenal reaction, the same negative but positive change. Damage per kill while on kill streak. The kill streak will max out at 10 kills, so the effect overall is the same, 62%, as it is on the live game version, but trigger is different. On the live game version, you get 62% damage overall increase as long as your health is below 20%. On the new version, it will be based on your kills, so you need to have what is going on.
I like that guy. It was hard for me to track his voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video on the channel. We just got a new update for Fallout 76, which has released a new hotfix. Now, it wasn't the biggest one by any means, and it was slightly kind of disappointing in a way because, well, maybe not disappointing, maybe that's just a negative approach, maybe more so that's pretty good, because apparently since the Ghoul update there was only 4 bugs to fix, or 4 that they could fix in that time. Now, I'm not going to say there's a lot more than that, and I'm not going to say there's fewer than that or no more than that, so please let me know in the comments how many more you think there is, because yeah, I don't know, never mind. Arguably, it could be said that this has just been pushed out there quick to kind of fix the main bug, which was kind of affecting the new quest line that they added in. But without ranting on too much and going a bit off track, let's actually cover the main points that were changed in this hotfix. As of 4:45 UK time, they've put out there on the Discord saying, alright, Fallout 76 news, today the team deployed a hotfix update that addresses some of the topics that appeared after the release of the Ghoul Within update. First one was fixed situations where rad specialists caused other perks to unequip. They also did the Catless questline no longer enters a state where it becomes incompletable. Players no longer should get stuck as a human when completing a fresh pair of jeans Ghoul questline. This one was basically all around if you were wearing some form of rad resistance or a perk that provided rad resistance. This could actually prevent you from becoming a ghoul, given the fact that the quest to actually become a ghoul, you've got to intake a whole bunch of rads through an actual like quest item, so to speak, if you know what I mean. I don't want to spoil it too much, I'm kind of speaking in code, but you hopefully get what I mean if you've done it. And finally is one which I didn't actually realize was an issue. I didn't know this was a thing because not many people actually said anything about it, I suppose. But this one was addressed an issue of daily ops, which caused them to not rotate as expected. So after a couple of weeks of this new update, we got a hotfix and it only fixed 4 things, and I just found that a bit crazy compared to some of the hotfixes we've got in the past. So it's either a really good thing or a bit of a, maybe it just took a lot longer than expected to fix the kind of main quest ones, or maybe they just haven't read all the other stuff and just went, oh crap, the quest's broke, let's quickly fix that, and also one of the new perks. Either way, the new perk is fixed and the quests are now apparently fixed. However, the servers are currently still down as of me recording this, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. Now, changing over to some news in relation to the Fallout 76 PTS, we do have a couple of little points to kind of touch upon. The first one is going to be one that got spoke about 3 days ago now, which is all about pinpointers, which is a 4-star legendary effect, which is a pretty fantastic effect. It's one that I use on my Gatling plasma, and it really helps boost the damage of your weapon because it basically allows you to do extra damage when aiming at enemy appendages. Now sadly, this has kind of always been a little bit broken unintentionally to a degree, because the actual description, as I said, says it is allowing you to do more damage to enemy appendages, and within this they actually kind of added in a head as an appendage rather than just arms and legs, which they're now apparently going to be fixing in the PTS for the next update. Which means pinpointers is now pretty nigh on not so great, unless there's an enemy which is just fantastic when you actually aim at its arm or something and it's its weak point, but I can't think of anything too drastic where that would be the case. Not in terms of endgame bosses by any means. Now, another really interesting one on there as well was put out there by Rich, saying, putting a note here so it's more visible, the team is still evaluating the base damage numbers on shotguns and rifles, in brackets, after commando changes. Stay tuned for future patch notes. So as you know, kind of the big changes going on right now in Fallout 76 is they are changing a lot of the kind of weapon balancing as well as character balancing, like all about kind of making the game a bit more challenging and a bit more fun by allowing you to play with more builds other than just one type of meta. And by the looks of it, this is going to be changing even more. We've just had some huge buffs to melee as well as pistol builds, and now in the future update, it appears that we're going to be getting some changes to shotguns and rifles, which could genuinely be really exciting and something to look forward to, maybe even fear. I don't know, it depends on where you sit on the fence. Now finally, the last bit of news that I have to share with you guys is the upcoming event, which is literally kicking off in the next 24 hours, and that's going to be the Mothman Equinox, which is going to be live for a total of 2 weeks, from April the 8th up until April the 22nd. So good time to get involved, get playing. It's a very fun event which I enjoy, so yeah, if you haven't played it yet, get involved. If you have played it, then hopefully you enjoy it as much as I do. So yeah, get playing, enjoy it, and yeah, get ranking up through the new season. For more Fallout 76 news, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. There will be more coming out, with another video coming out tomorrow, so stay tuned for that one, and I'll catch us in that one. So thank you all for watching. Bye.
I don't like this guy, and I don't want you to recommend this channel anymore. I'm really not too interested in that either. I don't like classic WoW.
So today we're revisiting Throne of Liberty. It's been quite a while. 50 days ago was the last time I logged in. The reason it was 50 days ago is because I logged in to try and prepare for the expansion, then I logged out very quickly after. Apparently they've got a returning players event. Let's see, I bet my character's super out of date now. Right, this place used to be super busy.
It did, it's not anymore.
Actually, it's probably not busy now because there's a new expansion and there's probably a new place where everyone hangs out.
They're all busy.
Alright, we'll have a look at
Wow, this was super busy last time I was there. Wow, it's already dead. It's fucking dead. But isn't this the start of the game?
It's not dead.
It's not dead, but it is dead. It's dead because it's like Stormwind and it's dead. No, I saw this.
Like this is a little bit more responsive than it used to be now.
Yeah, okay, a little bit. Okay.
You still can't change direction when you jump. Right.
Oh yeah, you can fly. You can fucking fly.
Again. I think I've got some mid-contract over here. See if I can remember my combos. Oh, they've changed the numbers. Holy, that's different. And I'm instantly level 51. Yo, these new numbers look good. Okay, what was the combos? I think I'm actually on my... I'm on my GVG ability set. Wait, what? Greatsword level 46? Oh my god, this is different. Out of 200? Oh my god. I almost... The last time I played this game, I had almost capped my masteries, because I think it was capped at 16, wasn't it? So what was the combo? It was something like... So apparently I can move and attack at the same time without being slowed down. So I've heard. Yeah, it doesn't slow you down. But it does keep you moving in one direction for like a few seconds longer than you'd want to. Like when I cast my X ability. It's better.
Combat's better than it looked, yeah.
You can move and attack without inertia now. It's still a bit buggy. When I use Cruel Smite and I move in this like one direction, when I stop moving in one direction, it continues moving on one direction.
I can see it.
Until the ability.
Yeah, and it's jank. It is jank. I hate that. It's combat. It's like literally a movement animation that they add in to make the game look more real. But it's an animation that you don't want. It's stupid. I don't want that. This guy is talking to me. Thank you.
Is finished being cast, which is a bit odd. So it doesn't feel super smooth, but it feels better than it was. Amatoy Expedition. Forgot about that. I've got fucking loads of pop-ups. I'm basically gonna have to relearn how to play the game. It's been a while. Yeah, the new numbers are really nice. I approve of those. Any new weapons? Yeah, there's a spear. That's relatively new since the last time I played. I've never tried the spear. Oh, you've got a new Amatoy Expedition for Talandri as well. Okay. Send it. I'll look at PvP. I'm gonna need to get to level 55 first, so probably not. I'm gonna get dumpstered, aren't I? Returnee benefits. Okay. So let's start the new expansion content, I guess. I guess this is the MSQ. Let's begin. What was my favorite content in TNL? It was actually the dungeons. I really enjoyed the dungeons in this game. I suppose I should spec something.
Engaged.
Oh my god, logging in and having like a whole new weapon mastery system. Like before, I was really happy that it, like, level 16 weapon mastery was the cap, because then I thought, okay, I've soon maxed out the mastery on my weapons. I can then start leveling up new weapons, and then, like, switch between them and have multiple sets per class. I'm honestly so fucking sad to log back into the game, and they've expanded the weapon mastery even more. So you're even more hard locked into your weapon. That's how it seems to me on the surface. I don't know if that's actually the case, but fuck, I hate to see that. I liked the nice simple system that it was before. It's just lots of new progression systems. Will it add anything fun to the game? Absolutely not. Highly doubt it. Heavy attack augment. Holy fuck, we've logged into the game and we're instantly overwhelmed. Wow. Okay, I think we've spent that okay now. Now we can finally play the game. Right, has that increased my gear score at all? Out of curiosity. Gear score 3.6. That's probably horrible nowadays. Because I haven't played since the rune system was introduced. So my character has no runes. However, that works. I've got tons of mats, because I kept grinding even when I had nothing to grind for a long time at launch. Plenty of stuff in the storage. Okay, let's just crack on with some MSQ. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not looking forward to the leveling of this one, because I remember leveling from like 35 to 50 in this game had some really awkward quests, like jumping puzzle quests. It was quite dodgy, I remember, back at launch. I didn't enjoy the leveling too much. Hopefully the leveling and the questing on the expansion is a bit better. Oh yeah, he died, didn't he? Clay died, if I remember correctly. That's where it ended. We're gonna spam the G. I ain't got time for the story. I don't know what's going on in this game too much anyway.
I don't either.
Also, we're going straight to Talandre.
It looks like a good game, and something that I'm curious is does Throne and Liberty have sailing? Ships. Right.
Hey guys, so we're back at it again with another topic, and that topic of the day is sea content. Yes, we're going to be talking about sea content throughout the entire video, so if you aren't interested in selling the Seas of Throne and Liberty, then you are more than likely in the wrong place and definitely click the wrong video 100% and then some. So guys, before we even get started, the reason I'm letting people know that is because I've been having a lot of positivity in one video here and some negativity one video there. Majority of the negative comments is legit because people don't read the title correctly and say they aren't interested in the topic, but still click on the video knowing that they're not going to get what they wanted in the video because it isn't going to suit their point of interest. Like, why would you go to an opera concert knowing you don't like opera and expect Lil Wayne, Lil Uzi Vert, and Cardi B to pure rapping on stage, or Demi Lovato and Billie Eilish to come out singing? To talk about some C content that we might see in Throne of Liberty or might not see. So the first one I'm going to ask is, will there be C content? Hopefully, it's supposed to be one of the best MMOs. There's a lot of hype about this game, and I doubt to see a new MMO drop.
It's just conjecture.
Winnie the Pooh is a childhood...
No, wrong one. Oops.
Is that Talandri or Talandra? Talandre?
Autopilot engaged.
Does this mean?
No, it does feel good to be back in the world.
No waypoint set.
And my character does look really cool. I always just enjoyed existing in the world of Throne. To me, is the movement a little bit more smooth in travel form? The animations on the turning in travel form seem better. Did they improve this? This feels good. I remember this feeling a lot more clunky. Take a screenshot. Beautiful. Another thing I really do love about this game is the colors. It's got like a realist fucking hell.
Yeah, like the graphics were great.
Gorgeous. Oh my god.
Yeah, like graphically the game, but I mean, I feel like that's always true of Korean titles, as racist as that sounds. But it's a compliment. Every Korean game I've ever played is goddamn drop dead gorgeous. It's something about their games. Terra was a really beautiful game.
It's
truly beautiful in a like a fantastical sense. There was so much to cool like Terra, like watch the Terra flight path. The Terra flight path like blew my mind. They started copying it in games like WoW and stuff, but the Terra flight paths, they're like the flight paths were actually really trippy. You can tell, like, even, and this is a Korean game from that I played quite a lot, from Bluehole Studios from 15 years ago or whatever. This is from 15 years ago, and as you can tell, as she takes as they take off on the flight path, please do it. So they're doing it in slow motion, but that's actually not that bad. You begin to see that the Korean games, even 15 years ago, were shockingly beautiful. It's something that we've always known about their culture. They value graphics. You can see it right here. They value graphics, I think, above all. I don't think they care much about gameplay that much. Their gameplay's good, but it's only good in the way that a flow dance is good. It's not really good in a subtle sort of Elden Ring, almost sort of like Japanese combo sort of way. It's more about really beautiful graphics and a vibe than it is about like the gameplay, and that's something that sort of bothers me about Korean. Like, I think Black Desert Online is Korean as well. I can't remember. Maybe that's Chinese. I can't remember. I can't get them all mixed up. But both the Korean and the Chinese, they care about graphics, I think, more than almost anything else, and also the experience. They want you to feel like you're in the experience. And they're very good at this, Genshin Impact is Korean, and they're very good at sinking you into that Genshin Impact immersion. And as you can see, even in a game that's like 15 years old and is now dead, this game's dead, is shut down. Another MMO that I spent a lot of time on that's dead. As you can see, it's fucking beautiful. It's one of the reasons why I didn't trust Throne and Liberty. I had a friend named Dave, who I haven't seen in a long time. I probably lost him as a community member, but I like my friend Dave a lot. And, or at least whatever the depiction of Dave is. I don't know who Dave is, and I've never met them in real life, so I don't know. But whoever Dave was, whatever the personality they depicted me, was a wonderful person. And I like Dave. They had a lot of good stuff to say. And Dave thought that Throne and Liberty was going to be a really good game, and he said this way a long time ago before I ever even like shut off the chat. And while I was inclined to want to believe him, I really was. I was like, as a friend, I wanted to just believe him. I've been through this whole thing with Korean games quite a bit before. I think sometimes people think that I'm just like sort of talking just to talk or something, but no, I have like 4,000 hours on fucking Terra. And like, you know, almost as many as I do on Rust. And so when I say I know what I'm talking about with like Throne and Liberty, I've been teased by Korean games all of my life, and I know one thing about them. I don't think they can do combat very well, and I don't think they can do actual world immersion that well. It always plays like you're in some kind of anime, Sword Art Online, impossible to immerse in sort of feel. Like right now, I'm gonna pop on Mortal and go and chop trees, and the minute that you get in Mortal, like when the graphics are working, I don't know why the graphics aren't loading, but yeah, something about this, like the graphics didn't load right when it came in. I don't really know what's going on, but yeah. So the game doesn't look that immersive right now because it's got a graphics error going on with the engine or something. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, I've seen New World do this too. But anyways, but the game immerses you immediately. You're like, there's the cool city with the crazy fucking statue. See, it's like, it's fucking super immersive. And like the mount, even though it's simplistic, Rust has this sort of execution as well. Even though it's simplistic, it makes you realize that, wow, there's a gigantic fucking city over there. I'm in the forest outside chopping trees, like an actual Ultima Online experience. And I feel like I'm in the forest, and anybody can ride by on a horse and will stab you with a goddamn spear, or ride by on a dog and set you on fire and shit like that. Like any non-consensual, it's all like that. Even today, I've seen somebody that did size me up, and several times I had two people size me up and make the decision not to bang me because I'm fucking naked and I'm trying to look naked, and I'm not trying to fuck with them, and they can tell, and I run from them and I run for the city. I don't fuck with them. I don't try to threaten them or try to swing at them with the axe or act all threatened or be like, what's up with you, or any of this shit. I just go running for the town, and I act like I want to protect whatever I have, which isn't much. And I think that vibe kind of translates like through the cables or whatever, and the person realizes that the target isn't interested in fucking with them. The target doesn't have anything. The target does have something, but it's going to be so negligible that you want a murder count for it? Do you want to get shut out of town for 3 whole minutes just because you bang somebody just to see what their inventory is? And that's the vibe that I want to, like, you know, put out of that. Even thinking about that as I come in the game is immersion. It's like immersion. I'm like, oh, what do I do if somebody finds me out here? And I just think about some other way to execute. The actual bad problem of I'm extremely far away, then the immersion's really deep. See, the immersion just shoves you in immediately. EVE Online's like this too, where you're like, oh, I'm out. What's going on? Will something shoot at me? Is there Edencom guns? I mean, it's good. The immersion's there. It's just they use like jump scares to do it, which I really don't like. Or not just jump scares, but full-blown like deadly ambushes. They use deadly ambushes and jump scares to do it in EVE Online sometimes, and I really don't like that. It's fucking stupid. I'm just walking along. This game does it too. You're just walking along, and 3 motherfucking demons spawn in your personal space, and I actually really have a distaste for that. They can do that. They're developers. It's their game. They can freely do that if they want. It's a Ghosts and Goblins game where ambushers could come out of the grass. Yeah, that is something that could happen, yeah. And I think that's what they think when they do it. They think in Dungeons and Dragons, anybody could just pop the fuck out, and it might be 5 goblins, a cave troll, and maybe some dirty humans that they're using as slaves and stuff. And that's tough titty for you if that's what happens. Yeah, that's tough titty for you. What are you going to do? You're going to take on a host of 19 people? You and your 4-man party? Fuck no. You're going to fucking get wasted. All 19 goblins are going to stomp your fucking ass. You're on a run now. And that's how Henrik looks at this game. And that's how he designed all the shit. Now, I don't totally disapprove of that. There's just sort of a jump scare fucking pop aggro element of it that I don't think is very fair in a really, really deep immersion game like this based on extraction. It's not really fair to spawn demons in my personal space. But that's some of the execution that both EVE Online and Henrik do. And it's okay, but it's just, it's just like part of it. But I will say this, it leads to immersion. Right now, I'm thinking that any guy can ride the fuck past, and any fucking, like any zombies or any fucking, like, any outlaws or anything could spawn right the fuck here on top of me, and like immediately start knifing me in the fucking back, like my worst fucking nightmares that I don't actually have. I don't have nightmares, but if I did have a nightmare, it would be somebody like, probably, really, Michael Myers, showing up in your personal space because they have some kind of like Freddy Jason like spiritual thing going on from sort of older European literature, like Vlad the Slayer and shit like that, and they have kind of like a spiritual thing going on like Vlad the Slayer that kind of scares you a little bit, and that I have a fear of. I have a fear of vampires showing up inside of your personal space and stabbing you in the fucking back and sucking the blood that pops out. I have a real problem with that, because where the fuck did the vampires come from? Did they materialize into this plane on top of me? Okay, well then explain that in the story. Explain that in the fucking game. Explain why these fucking outlaws like grew up out of the ground on like while I was walking by and slaughter me inside of 3 seconds. Explain why that happens. Put something in the game as to explain why suddenly outlaws have sprouted out of the ground and have one-shot me. You can call it design, and I do call it design, but I also call it jank. It's fucking jank. That's the real issue with a lot of this. Like a lot of this stuff can't immerse you anymore. I'll go to Vane looking for immersion. Even if the game's bad, even if you spend half the time huddled in some fucking room, at least it's 3D, and at least it's better than fucking Project Zomboid or whatever. At least it's in 3D, and at least, like, when the zombie wanders by the front door, you actually really panic because it's in 3D. They might push the door. You might have to get into a pipe fight with somebody you don't really want to get a fight to. They might light up the other 10 zombies and lose your base. You might lose your base over that. If the 10 zombies come into your base and just stay there and you can't kill them because you don't have the ammo or the life or the knife or whatever is required to kill 10 zombies in the space of your house, they probably just take over your fucking house, right? I mean, that's how Vane is. So I think, at least that's how Project Zomboid is. So you lose the base, kind of like Rust. That's a good PvE, a good PvE response to Rust. But it's still not Rust, because it's 2D and it's isometric and it sucks. So I go looking to Vane, looking for that immersion and stuff. This game does that fairly fucking well. Korean games, they do the graphics well. They don't do the immersion. I get into this game and I'm immediately thinking about safety, what time of day it is, big city, that direction, which way north is this guy home, there's lights on in the window, does that indicate that he's home? Probably not, but my brain goes down that fucking corridor anyways. I can tell you exactly what my brain's thinking, and I'm like, is he home? Is the lights on because he's home? His name is Time to Cook, that implies PvE, but PvE doesn't really actually square with that guild title, Heartless. I'm thinking Heartless when I see the guy because he named himself and his guild is named Heartless. So I think Heartless is what is the takeaway when I look at that house. But the house immerses you. Scanning the house for the name and the guild immerses you. It's just like Rust when you look at a base. All these trees immerse me because I'm thinking like Clump is safer, the roads can't see me. There's roads that pass right over there, like right there. See where my fucking cursor is? There's a road that passes right through there. And they can see over here, and they do. I've seen like 5 guys today. And they see right through this patch, and they look in these trees. This immersion is just not here, and it's just not here. It's just not here in these games. It's not a new. It's a little bit better in New World than it was in Throne and Liberty, but it's not really in New World either. That immersion is there sometimes in New World when you're in PvP and you're like creeping through the bush, and you're like, oh, I don't think he can't see my name or my name tag, so I can creep up on him on the bush. And there's been a couple of times in New World, and I mean like a couple of times, where I've crept up on the bush and got a Rust play, but there's not really that immersion there of like the Isle or Fortnite, where it's like a cat and it's a cat and mouse chess game played with it, and with its fine level of intricacies or whatever. And that I like that, and that immersion's there. It's just not there in these games. People like Peon can't really verbalize it. I don't think any of them can. It's one of the reasons why I don't like Bellular. He just can't fucking say it. The immersion's just not there the way it used to be in World of Warcraft. None of them can say it. I think Kira can say it. It's one of the reasons why I respect him. I think Seth Greenslash can say it. I've heard crazy things out of these people. Just today, I think this guy Archvelder, I've heard him say it. Like they're the immersion's lacking, and you do interesting things to try to keep yourself occupied, sort of, which is why he ended up being an exploit fucking YouTuber, which I don't really have any respect for, but I don't think what he does is actually very black hat, so I don't mind it, you know. I mean, what he does isn't black hat. He goes into the game. I don't think I've ever caught him cheating or hacking. He calls it hacks, but that's an inside joke in the community, because there is no hacks. If they catch you doing hacks, you're permabanned on the IP, and they come looking for you, and they change and they end any of the they won't ever accept any of the credit cards you've ever used on your profile ever again. There's all these crazy things that happen when you actually catch a real permaban on your actual main account that just isn't worth it, and all this. So most people won't hack. They just won't. And they won't even exploit even because they're scared of the ban. And he's right about this. So it's this inside joke to call it hacks. No, he's actually kind of a white hat guy. And so but he knows it as I do, that the immersion is gone from World of Warcraft. That's the magic that's gone that none of them can put their goddamn finger on. It's why South Park isn't that good anymore. It doesn't really immerse you like it used to. It's why a lot of these things aren't really that good anymore. You know, there was a fairly immersive movie I watched recently called Hidden Life by Baz Luhrmann that was about the only conscientious objector in Nazi Germany, basically. I mean, there was a few. There was like 30 or something. There was like 30 known conscious objectors in Nazi Germany. You know what they do to those guys? They constrain them and send them to the front. That's what they do. They're like, what? That's what they do. I've had it happen to me in different ways in America, kind of. You know what happens when you tell a police officer that they can't search your car? You might think that you have rights in America where yeah, maybe they're thinking about a lawyer and how you might sue them or something, especially if you're rich. But no, what the cop says is fuck you. I'm gonna search it and I'm gonna tow it afterwards. It's like, fuck you. Not only am I gonna search it, I'm gonna tow it afterwards. You saying no is my probable cause. That's what they're gonna say right to your fucking face. I've had it happen to me. And so this thing about you having rights or whatever is sort of a joke, sort of. It's not. It's more like, do you have money? Can you defend yourself if they have issue with you or cause you a problem or neglect you or something like this? It's actually that bad. So it's just sort of weird. I don't know what I'm getting off on this tangent for. It's just sort of weird. So the immersion from these Korean games, they're good graphically, like Genshin immerses you like Zelda Breath of the Waifu. It absolutely does, but it doesn't. I'm sorry, the graphics are immersive, but the game does not immerse you. The graphics are really immersive. I mean, Terra is proof of it. Look at this flight path in Terra, and you'll understand that a bunch of other games rip this off later on. I mean, WoW did this first. It's the Griffin flight, but Terra blew our minds with it. They were like, here's an interstellar voyage between like the main city and some crazy plot of land. This is how they explained how big the world actually was. They were like, take this portal that just jumps you across a huge swath of land that's mostly empty, or it's just zones that you don't want to go to through these rings, because like Terra really liked EVE Online. You could tell that Terra really liked EVE Online. They stole a bunch of stuff from EVE Online, and Immortal too. They stole a bunch of stuff from Mortal and EVE Online, like Mortal's flag. They used that. They stole this flag right here, toggle criminal toggle criminal actions. That's a UO thing. That's Ultima Online and a couple of other games, I think, like Tabula Rasa or whatever. But yeah, that toggle criminal actions thing. We've seen that in a couple of games, but Mortal's the one that's really famous for it. But Terra ripped that off, and Terra also ripped off EVE Online with the gate structure that EVE Online uses. Instead of zone gates, they use the fucking Terra gates to explain all the travel and all the flying and all the futurism and all the stuff. Now, I like that there's a reason in the world that you're allowed to take a portal. I'm okay with the portal if they explain it with the world. But there's a lot of problems problems with like Eastern European developers where they just don't explain to you why there would be 3 outlaws popping out of the fucking dirt to just murder you right there. I'm okay with 3 outlaws murdering me on a jump scare. I'm actually okay, like fairly okay with it. But if you don't explain why, it just seems like you're a piece of shit developer just hitting me with Pop Aggro and Link for some kind of steal my quarters bid where you're just after to steal my quarters. So you don't explain why the 3 outlaws pop out of the grass or anything like that. That's the problem. And so in MMOs, that's actually a big no-no. You don't just murder me for no reason. You need to actually provide a reason. So this is where it starts to blow your mind when you're like, wait, this isn't like a fucking fantasy game anymore. And Terra was a fantasy game with like guns and blades and stuff. It wasn't really, it was like kind of steampunk. But you're like, wait, this isn't a fantasy game anymore. I'm like going through some crazy tech portal like Eve. I'm transporting to some other zone. Now, this is a really old game, but this immersed you. When I was like, I don't know, this was like when I was like, I don't know, 20 or something like this. This fucking immersed me. It did. I was like, oh, look, this is cooler than EVE Online. This blew my fucking mind when I first saw it. I loved this game, and I got Primark on it because of it. I wasted my time. But I learned something about this when I spent 4,000 hours on Terra and got invited to be a fucking game tester for Bluehole Studios. I got denied when they ran the benchmark on my system. They were like, no, we can't give you a job. You can't even barely run the game as a consumer, much less as a game tester. And they're like, we're flattered that you want to be a game tester with us, and we're sorry that we got your hopes up, but you don't have a computer or any kind of education. And they're like, we can't just give you this job. And I'm like, okay, cool. But they were like, we need some kind of American liaison that really is passionately likes the game and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, no problem. I'm the first hunter on Feral Valley and stuff. They sent this survey, and when I wrote some more stuff into the survey, they were like, would you like to be a QOL tester because you seem to have like a lot of hours and a lot of knowledge of the game? And I was like, yes I do, sign me up. And they were like, oh yeah, we'll sign you up right here. And then they just sent me an email like 3 weeks later, and they were like we're very sorry to report that your benchmark is just embarrassing. Basically, they were like, your benchmark's terrible and it can't run Terra even in a normal consumer state, much less is being represented by us, and we're not going to send you a new computer or hire you because you don't have education or history in the industry. And I was like, okay, no problem. And they were like, we're sorry that we kind of approached you with this. We just sort of assumed that you were like some dude who was an adult with money and a computer. And I was like, oh no, I'm some kind of depraved drug addict who plays MMOs all day and it's going to end up being a taxi driver one day. No, I'm not that dude who's got a fancy computer and some cubicle that he comes home to at night and plays the Command and Conquer on his fancy 4K screen or whatever. I am that now, but I wasn't that for the first like 30 years of my life. No, I was the guy who stole the computer if I wanted one. Like basically, not totally all the time, but I'm saving up $700 for the cheapest motherfucking Dell gateway that I can get my hands on, so I can play like Diablo 2 while you guys are playing, Crisis. I'm playing Diablo 2. Which happened while all my friends were playing Crisis, because they had money. Not all my friends, but my friends with money were playing Crisis on their nice PCs and stuff. I was like, well, I can play Diablo 2 and Doom 2. Fuck you. I can play Oblivion if I there was this old thing that the way back machine might be able to pull. It was called, oh god, Oblivion. It's called Oblivion. You might not remember this, but I do. It's called Oblivion. This is a mod for Oblivion. It is a piece of software originally created. It's the original optimization program, the first modded optimization program. I used to mess with this a lot. You could play Oblivion, which is a really big huge open world first person sandbox game with a huge world like Grand Theft Auto 5 that just wouldn't play on a Pentium 2. It just wouldn't play. It needed a Pentium 3 or a Pentium 4. It just wouldn't do it. So I got fucking Oblivion to play on my Pentium 2 very badly, I might add, with like 22 frames or something. But I got Oblivion to play just enough where I was able to slaughter all the content. I just enough to see it. That's what being a poor gamer is like, And I've never had any shame about this. It just was the reality at the time. It's not like that anymore. Whatever. Now I've back then I was like a loser when I was like 15 years old and I had no money and no computer and I hadn't gotten laid yet or anything, but it all changed. Look how beautiful that sun is. And then remember, this is 2012 or something like that. This is like 15 years ago. It was beautiful. I loved this game. And so when they hit with Throne and Liberty, I was like, well, I've seen this before, and I've sank 4,000 hours into this, and I know exactly what's going to happen. I know what the classes are. Boy, they sell a good graphical one, don't they? I mean, they sell a pretty good graphical, you know, like a pretty good graphical FOMO. They sell a pretty good graphical FOMO. Look at Peon freak out about these graphics. They sell a pretty good graphical FOMO where you're like, oh, I don't want to miss out on this game because look how goddamn beautiful it is. It's better than Elden Ring. I mean, this is way better than Elden Ring. Look.
Gorgeous. Oh.
It's gorgeous. And it took his breath away. And it does.
God.
I know. Oh my God. Why though? Why is this beautiful? It's a bridge, a worthless town that nobody uses, some water that nobody swims in, and waterfalls that don't mean anything, with fog and steam that's beautiful, and birds and shit that don't mean anything because you can't shoot the birds, you can't drink the water, you can't make potions out of the fucking water. You can walk the bridge if you have to, but they also give you a fucking bird flight form. So what the fuck do you need a bridge for? You can fly. And all this stuff is so fucking beautiful. But anybody with some actual seasons experience as an MMO fucking addict is like, nah, the heroin, it looks so good. It doesn't look like black tar heroin. It looks like white pure China or something like that. And you're like, oh my God, it looks so good. But when you fucking shoot up the hit, you're like, there's nothing here. I didn't get high. It's so beautiful. The heroin looks so good. It looks like China white, but I didn't get high. So it doesn't matter how good it looks. The game isn't fun. It doesn't matter how good it doesn't matter how good the heroin looks. It doesn't matter if I've done this before. I'm like, oh my God, that China white looks so good. I'm gonna smoke it, and then it does nothing to you because it's impossible to find China white anymore. It's like impossible almost. It's not impossible, but it is for a lower class person to find China white. It's impossible. You'd have to show up with a gold credit card in the fucking cigar bar to get China white. You can't get that in fucking lower class. You can't get that. You're not gonna be able to find a dealer with that. So when you find it or stumble across it, you're like, oh my God, I've got to have it. But when you have it, you realize, no, there's no China white left because the government's fucked up drugs and everything sucks now. And they have the appearance of looking good in these games, but no actual gameplay. They have the appearance of China white, but when you bite into it, it's goddamn fentanyl. It's bullshit. It looks good, but it's fentanyl. Fentanyl looks good too. On paper, you're like, oh my God, it's like $3 as opposed to $90 for an 8-ball of black tar heroin that's cut with all kinds of terrible strychnine and all this terrible shit. Fentanyl looks good after you spend $90 on, or whatever, it's more than that. It's sometimes $180 or something like that, or $240 on you spend $240 on an 8-ball of black tar heroin and shit. China white starts to look real good. You're like, some heroin that isn't stepped on. It doesn't look like black tar garbage or whatever, right? And like, so, and I know the experience as a drug addict, and I know the experience as an MMO addict. Sure, you talk a pretty good one with your graphics, and I get FOMO that I'm missing out on this, but there's nothing else there. It doesn't even have the combat of New World.
Hang on.
There's nothing else there. It's so stupid. You can't trick me anymore. You've been tricking me I admit it, you've been tricking me for 27 years or something like that. That time's over now. You can't pull this wool over my eyes any longer, you piece of shit developers. That's not happening. Like, I'm not falling to AGS's games anymore. I don't care how good it looks. What does that do for me? Do I get to jack off in the stream? Do I get to touch the birds? Do I get to jump off the bridge because it's not actually a game? It's just a really pretty bridge. It's just like, God, I'm kidding. In Minecraft, I'm sorry, in Throne and Liberty, the jump off the bridge in Throne and Liberty. No, I don't get to really do any of these things because none of those things matter to any gameplay that's actually fun to me. I don't want to go on to the next goddamn quest givers, to go on to the next goddamn point A to point B thing, where I kill 14 mobs for some stupid ass quest so I can get a bunch of stupid mobs and like white drops that don't matter, that don't inspire me, so I can cross the bridge 5 times back and forth or whatever to go back to some crappy town to turn in some quest thing. And sure, it looks like the greatest game ever fucking designed. It looks beautiful. All these games look like that. Genshin Impact looked like that. Terra looks like this. There's a couple of others that have hit that didn't make it, like Bless Unleashed looked really good when they tried to sell it, but when it actually hit, it didn't. And it was just like, and all this other games that are kind of like this, Elysium or something. There's another one called Elysium coming, I think, or something like this. It looks really beautiful like this. The Koreans talk a good one when it comes to graphics, but they aren't that good at gameplay. They're not that good. It is weird because I believe they're sort of the progenitor of this genre, sort of. I mean, they built Lineage. Lineage is like the progenitor of this fucking genre of this game, Throne and Liberty, of you know, even FFXI had a huge Lineage influence. Everybody's got a huge influence from Lineage 1 and Lineage 2. I know where they got all of this. It's Lineage 1, Lineage 2, a slew of other games like Ragnarok Online and all this other stuff. And sure, they all look fucking beautiful, but the gameplay is just not there. Is something about their culture. They're okay with popcorn candy arcade gameplay that you would get from like crappy kids games in the arcade or game or something like that. They're okay with it, but I'm not actually okay with that anymore. You saw it when he did the combat. The combat looks a good one. When he does the combat, it looks good, but it doesn't play good. And the animations, they look good, but they don't play good. They don't play good like Elden Ring or New World. I mean, Elden Ring's walk animations honestly didn't play good. They don't really play that good. Sekiro and Bloodborne, I mean, Bloodborne had the best walking animation, I think, out of all three, honestly. But Elden Ring and Sekiro and Bloodborne's walking animations are kind of a chore. They're sort of like you're chugging along, chug, 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 chug. You're kind of like this slow sort of Gears of War-esque sort of, you know, like physics-based like creature. And that's all cool and all that. But the movement wasn't always that good in Sekiro. It wasn't always that good. Some of the animations are not that good. Sometimes you go flying off the cliff because you just tap the button a little too much. Because it has these animations that force you to walk forward. That's the stuff that he was talking about earlier. He's like, there's extra walking animations that don't need to be there that I can show you that they're occurring. Every time I try to swivel or pivot in a different direction, the character keeps walking for a second and a half afterwards, and that drives me crazy. He literally said that. I'm repeating it verbatim because it's a complaint I've had all of my life since stupid ass Gears of War or whatever. What's the first game that started doing that stupid ass shit? I think it's actually Super Mario Brothers started doing it in Super Mario World. Every time that you want to go left, the Mario character has to be like, hold on, I'm backing up, and he goes cha cha da 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 da, and he hard brakes, and you hear this sound go out in the game that's like da 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 from his little legs as they're like stomping against the ground as you're going from a full run to a stop. You hear the little pitter patter of tap 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 as the legs go slower, and then stop, right? And that sounds really good. It's very reminiscent of early video games. The sound of the fucking Mario slowing down as he tries to go in the opposite direction, but he's running full speed with the B button held down or whatever. But the combat animation of Mario trying to stop as he's got a cape or something and he's flying along and he smears the ground with his face because he's flying with the cape, and he slides forward a bit and he's trying to stop, but the animation just drags him the fuck forward. The problem with this is, and I have a serious problem with this, is sure, the movement animation actually fits a platformer like that, and I don't think they need to take it out of the game right now today. Super Mario World is fine. I don't think they need to change it or anything like that. But that whole thing about the animation of me stopping is sort of dumb, because when you think about it, if you're a superhero and you need to fucking change direction, you don't go and then stop. You go, I'm turning around, go! It's not like that. When you're in a life and death situation, you don't go, like a child doing a jog or something like that. You go, nope, stopping, the other direction, and it's much faster than that. There's no, hold on, like, I gotta do wind sprint, and I'm stopping the wind sprint to go the other direction or anything like that. You just stop, and you're like, go in the other direction. That's something that they've missed. It's something about the animations that they've moved. Fortnite has the best of it. Fortnite is the best movement that I've ever seen.
Whenever a problem.
Fortnite outdoes it. Fortnite outdoes this game in the movement by far. Because when you jump around and move, it feels like the physics should move that way.
God. That's the thing.
And so like and Fortnite does the same exact slowdown thing that Super Mario World does, but it feels right because you're sliding. It's not this I can't move in any direction. The controls have locked feeling of a combat animation that you don't like. It's this thing about like physics moving you forward, and you can expect to slide. Like you slide forward. That's to be expected. Not this thing about like, hold on, I can't move my character left or right or jump. I've just had my controls locked because you have me in some crappy animations that's forcing me to walk another 1.5 feet forward that I don't want to walk. And I'm used to very refined movement now. Like you know, we are used to refined movement in our games. That's one of the reasons why we use analog keyboards is I can do a little axe dance with my feet. Do you see it? I'm like doing like weird like little jive things and kind of running forward. If I want to dodge a bullet, if I want to dodge a bullet, I don't do this. I don't ever do this. You want to know why? Because you're moving at goddamn half the speed. If I dodge a bullet, I go hip, or you know, and I'm running full speed forward. You understand? That's how you dodge the bullet. You don't dodge a bullet trying to do this. You don't ever try to do this. This is how, that is like telling him where your forehead's going to be so he can put a bullet there before you even put your forehead there. That's a very bad way to do it. So you go here, right? And after a while, you get really used to that fucking movement. This game's got it in spades. It actually does have that kind of free, like you can stop on a dime, right? Stop on I'm talking on a motherfucking dime. None of this, hold on, I'm running for another 1.5 feet or something. Hold on. None of that shit. Like none of the combat animations, particularly because it's a first-person game. First-person games don't really fuck with those sort of physics that often. You get it, but it's not that very often. And so something about it when they put those extra combat animations in, it makes me resent them. And this game's got that sort of stuff in spades, and its combat and its movement animations.
No,
the first thing that he mentioned, he was like, well, you didn't improve this.
I'm thinking the YouTuber part of my brain just fucking lit up there.
Yeah.
Just seeing that.
I love doing this content, just brain dead after after 14 hours and 50 minutes or whatever. And I'm just like, you know, I'm trying to get through the double, and I'm just watching videos, and I'm like farming on the games, and I'm showing movement and all this shit. This is where I like to be most of the time. But honestly, it usually takes either being drug addled or over caffeinated or some combination of the two, or exhaustion. One of the three. That's when I do my best content like this. It's fucking annoying.
Thumbnail potential.
One of the reasons why I do doubles is because it's much when I'm exhausted. It's just much easier for me to just flow state with what I'm thinking about in the moment. It just deliver it to you directly. When I'm well slept and I just woke up and I'm rested and I'm well exercised and I'm well fed and I'm feeling good, I'm more guarded, and I trust what I'm saying less, and I want what I feel out less and all that. And the more tired and stuff I get, the more likely I am to just act like myself. I like that about my stream. I like acting like myself. I don't care if anybody's listening. I don't care if anybody watches it. I don't care. That's not what this is about. I'm not doing this for approval.
It's the flight bug.
Yeah, like
how have they not fixed that?
What?
I complained about that so
much. Look, the movement is so bad. It's
video like this little camera zoom in when you dismount from bird form. It's just a nitpick, but that janky camera action.
After you do this for like 25 years, you're just like, how do I know more about this than you, developer? Didn't you do this for 25 years? You're the developer. Aren't you supposed to know this stuff better than me?
Fixing that.
Yeah, like maybe you better think about fixing that. Like he says the same shit I say. I'm like, come on, developer, you aren't you being kind of a piece of shit about that? Shouldn't you fucking do it better?
A dev has never engaged in flight form before in his life.
Yeah, like right, like it's like what?
That's the first.
What's a good flight form game? I can't even really think of one, but there's been a bunch of them. Like for instance, my favorite one is World of Warcraft. When you in Halloween, you get a broom that has no summon time, so you can just press a button and you're on the fucking broom. Just bing, just instant. You know, just instant combat animation of just I'm on the broom, I'm flying, and then you can just shoot upwards on an epic broom as fast as you want, way into the sky, and nobody can really catch you because it's an instant mount. So you're just like boom into the sky. And you're gone long before they can do anything. They can't mount up unless they have the same broom. They can't catch you. So I love that shit, and I got used to that after a while. Druid has had it ever since TBC. In World of Warcraft, it's it's bird form. The bird form is this instant shift form to a bird that just, you know, can fly upwards or downwards or anywhere freely forever, and it has no energy or anything like this. It just flies like a fucking plane anywhere you want to go, and it's an instant transformation. So druids have always been able to just press a button and take to the skies at the single sign of a problem. So one of the things I really hate about druids is you just can't catch them. If they don't want to fight, you can't stop them. They're gonna leave.
I'd be fixing.
They'll stealth on you. They'll like cyclone you. They'll keep doing it till they get a chance that isn't DR'd, and they'll cyclone you, and then they'll run off in cheetah form before you can do anything, and they'll fucking mount to fucking bird form and just take off. It drives me fucking crazy. It's like what they do to I'm on a hunter or a rogue, so I really should be able to catch them, but no, they're druids. They actually have the freedom. So do pallies. If pallies want to, they can use cliffs and falls and stuff like that to totally evade me. Like it's so annoying. If pallies want to, they can just either bubble or freedom totally out of my poisons or my snares or my traps or my fucking, you know, whatever I used to use, concussive shot or any of that stuff. They can get out of it. Like pallies have freedom, and so do druids, so they drive me fucking crazy. So do mages. Mages have literal freedom. Mages drive me fucking crazy too. Pretty much everything has freedom now. It's so stupid, but it didn't used to be like that. You used to actually be able to root somebody down and do something to them, you know.
That
was when the game was good. They said CC ruined the game, but I mean, I don't know about that. Like, you need some opening that prevents the other person from just full healing and getting out of it by kiting. You need something to actually do some definitive damage. Look at alts and stuff in Marvel Alliance. I'm sorry, Marvel Alliance. I'm thinking of a different game. Marvel, you know, what is it? I can't even think of the fucking game. That maybe the game's bad if I can't think of the name. Rivals, right? Look at the alts and Rivals in Overwatch. Like, without those alts, the game would be so goddamn boring. You would just spray these overshields all day and nothing would happen. But the alts make it decisive. So, like, a lot of games don't really embrace that decisive outcome of CC or alts where somebody has a decisive victory. But honestly, I think that's kind of how actual gaming is. If you look at, like, chess or something, there's almost always a decisive move that kind of slaughters the 1v1. And I don't really know what's wrong with, like, kind of having an alt. Something that does shut you out. For Rogue, it was like, you know, fucking for Mage, it was Palm Pyro. For Rogue, it was like Cold Blood Eviscerate.
What's this fucking random jarring?
They call it one tricks, like people that just one shot you with one ability, and it's the only ability that they use. And their entire playstyle is revolved around getting that one first hit off first, so that you die. And if you didn't die, they just scramble until they can get the next hit off, which is probably another 45 seconds or something like that, or 2 minutes. So they just run and kite you for 2 minutes until they can one trick you again. I hate one tricks. I hate them. I spent my entire career not being a goddamn one trick. I'll one trick rotation you if that's what Blizzard wanted me to do in that particular season. But that's as far as I go for one tricks. I will fight you with different abilities when they're appropriate. I always have. I'll kick your fucking heel. I'll fucking blind you if you try to fucking do anything to me. Like, I mean, I'm serious. I'm responding to things. I'm gouging anything that's got a channel. If you're channeling anything at all, I'm just gouging you. I believe in control like that, and without it, you don't really have PvP.
Who's put that there? Awful. I can't believe they haven't fixed that. It's got to be the easiest fix.
Like, you can tell a good rogue from a bad rogue. A good rogue knows that gouge is their most powerful fucking ability, because it is. It's an ability that comes up every 5 seconds that locks out your target for 5 full seconds. Imagine if that happened in any other fucking game. Any other game where you were just like, every 5 seconds I can just shut you the fuck out for 5 seconds. Do you understand how much actual crowd control that is? It's like for every 60 seconds I shut you out for 30 of it or something, where you're just standing in a gouge. Granted, it's like kind of a 4.2 second, really brief, and sometimes you can escape out of it because you got a trinket or something. It's a very brief CC, but I mean, it is like a 4.2 second CC that I can just run on you every. I mean, I don't remember what the cooldown for gouge is past like TVC, but I believe it's like 5 seconds or something. It's like 5 seconds, 7 seconds max. I think you can spec it down to like 5. That's so dumb. Every 5 seconds you can just kick them. Every 5 seconds. It's one of the reasons why I love rogue so much. It actually stops mage. Mages can't stand there and cast on a rogue. They just can't. Between the gouge and the kick, they can't do that. They're going to get shut out of all of their charts and get murdered and stuff. Rogue is a very good natural counter to mage. And we don't play games like that anymore. We play games like Assassin's Creed Shadows, where we murder outpost guards with ultimate efficiency and collect our fucking Pokemon collectibles. And gotta catch them all or whatever. And I'm sorry, that's not really gameplay. Real gameplay is like, oh God, what's a good example of it? I don't know. The opening to Call of Duty World at War?
Maybe it's intentional. This new zone is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but I mean, you talk a good graphics one, but when it comes to the combat, you're like, ho-hum, I could do this with one hand, I'm bored. It's so dumb. It's like, why would you give all these beautiful graphics to a game with terrible combat? Aren't you good developers?
Being MMOs get you, isn't
I don't
it?
think it's a reconcilable thing either, because New World isn't reconcilable either. You can't reconcile this. You can't ever repair it. Redeemable. I'm sorry, it's irredeemable either, because it's like New World is further along on the combat front than this crappy game is, Throne and Liberty. So this is irredeemable. If New World isn't good, there's no way Throne and Liberty could ever be good. If New World isn't good right now after 4 years of trying, there's no fucking way Throne and Liberty is ever going to be good. It's the same exact company. It's not the same studio, but it's the same management. It's the same incompetent management. And then I'm sorry, they're not incompetent, they're green. There's a difference. Blizzard is incompetent. These people, whatever this company is, NCSoft or whatever, they're green. They haven't been around forever. They're green. They're AGS and I mean, NCSoft, I'm sorry, has been around forever, but these developer companies that are making these games, they're green. They've only been around for 7 years max, something like that. They're green. That's okay, but I don't look for green when I want to make an MMO. I don't really understand that.
In combat, or they have an absolutely gorgeous world. That's how
MMOs are about taking an RPG to a massive level, which means that you kind of needed a grasp about the RPG in the first place. If you went live with an MMORPG that's got weak combat, I've got nothing for you. Whatever company made Throne and Liberty, is it NCSoft? I can't remember. That's how I can show you how I've got nothing for you. I've got nothing for you, and it's hard for me to remember what company made this fucking game because I don't particularly care. The combat is not, what's the word? Compelling.
Yeah. Character design.
The combat is not, it's good combat. It's great combat. I'm not going to rag on the combat in terms of its quality. I'm saying it's not compelling. It's not fun. It doesn't get you immersed. It's not this counter game or anything like this or any of this.
Good combat.
There's no consequences at all, really. I doubt there's even death, really. It's sort of dumb. There's death in PvP, but I doubt there is in PvE. And it's just like, wow, it's like, do they even need death in these games anymore? Because your combat fucking sucks. Death happens in New World all the time if you get in over your head. But it's like the only game that I can fucking think of besides DayZ and Rust that still kills you anymore. All you guys went the casual route. I don't know if that's too good for selling games that are meant to be immersive. Like, say what you want about Quinfall for dumb, crappy $2 ripoff like Thievery Artist, Thievery Corporation developer or whatever. There was a lot of compelling stuff in Quinfall that was more compelling than Throne and Liberty and New World combined. Like, for instance, a working ship, or living in the world. Or living in the world, just anywhere you want to live. You can just live in the fucking world. I mean, you can take a pansy PvE house that can't be raided, and so you have to live in the Care Bear lands, or you can choose a PvP house that can be raided and live in the Rust lands or whatever, the fucking DayZ lands. But I mean, but the content was there and it was compelling. It wasn't fun, so I didn't do it. But I mean, like, it was compelling. It was more compelling. The boat was more compelling and more interesting to me than anything the New World did. Anything. The only thing not anything. New World's public rating was something that I hadn't really seen anywhere that well before. Maybe Phantasy Star Online 2. But I don't even think PSO 2 did public rating as well as New World did. So, or even Final Fantasy 14 or Rift or any of those. I don't think any of them did good world rifts very well. Not even Guild Wars 2, I don't think. But I think New World did do it well. And it didn't retain the seats, so it must not be good enough. Oh, hello. I mean you no harm. I'm running to town. I don't wish to lose my 5,000 wood. He is on a PvP combat mount. Every time I come out of this forest, some dude scopes me like clockwork. It is really weird. I suspect that there's either they're either like living nearby, or they're scouting for somebody else. They're looking for a title or a name, or they just don't care to bang a naked. But it's weird that he didn't roll me because it's just free loot. And I do have loot. I've got about 35 gold in loot or something here. That's loot on this server. That's better loot than what he's probably used to taking off of their corpses, maybe. Because they have like, well, it's not. I mean, their set and their spear or whatever they've got, their axe or whatever, that probably comprises about 24 gold, and this is about 35. But I am carrying about the same as a fully geared dude, like a full metal dude in terms of value. I'm carrying I'm carrying more gold than it would take to buy a full very expensive set. So, or very expensive to me anyways. So banging me is like lucrative to me, to him, especially if he has a horse. Now he didn't do it, thank God, because he's probably busy. But like,
well, and graphics. Korean MMOs in a nutshell. They suck you in with that shit.
Yeah, they suck you in with the beautiful graphics and the panty shots, and you go to the bathroom to jack off every time you make a character or whatever, because it's just fucking crazy. It's just like, what the fuck, that girl's so hot or whatever. And they do really good with that. They're super good with that. BDO was good with that. Terra was good at that. I really, really, really liked the devil girls in Terra. I don't remember their name anymore. Cass something or another. I don't remember the name of the race, but they were fucking so hot. Cass Slayer was so fucking hot. Like, I liked Terra. It was a sexually attractive game, except for the Ellen. They were like little girl kids, but all the rest of them were really fucking hot. And like, and Korean games are really good like that. They're really beautiful, you know? And so you want to come in the door. You're like, oh my God, the window dressing in this store is the most beautiful shit I've ever seen in my entire life. It's like seeing an art gallery, except it's like a sidewalk with a fucking, like a veranda with a glass window and some wares inside. And you're like, oh my God, this game looks so fucking good from the outside. But then you go in, and you realize that it's just some mannequins and some plastic with some paint on it.
Then they pull your pants down.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about right now. Like, I'm talking about this same exact experience. And so you come in and you're like, oh my God, I really want a blowjob from that hot girl with the huge titties or whatever. And they're like, okay, here it is. It's got bad combat. And you're like, oh, really? And they're like, yeah, the blowjob comes with bad combat.
You with the monetization.
And you're like, and bad combat and bad monetization. And you're like, oh, I forgot about the monetization part. That's even worse. It comes with bad combat and bad monetization. And you're like, oh, really? But I really want to fuck that Castanic girl, that Castanic devil girl in the ass. She's got devil horns. She probably likes it in the ass, you know? It's weird. And you're like, oh, I really like this game. I spent 4,000 hours on it because the combat wasn't that bad. It actually was okay. You know, it was okay when it started. It was okay. But then you ruined it. And you know, and then at that point you're just like, God damn it, you got me in with the window dressing to your stupid ass game, so now I feel like I should play it. But why? There's nothing to do.
How's the gameplay?
How's the gameplay, right? That's the next question from the Lunatic Fringe chat. They're like, how's the gameplay? It's the question we always ask. Yeah, it's the same old crappy like Korean knockoff fucking shitty gameplay that they've always done. BDO did it. This game did it. You know, Simpsons did it. They've all done it. Fucking, you know, Genshin Impact did it. I mean, actually, their combat was really genuinely really good when they launched. But now I doubt the Genshin Impact is any good anymore.
Other Korean MMOs, I'll say the gameplay.
Because you can like fly. You can like full blown fly on some of those characters. You can just full blown fly. I doubt Genshin Impact is good anymore.
Isn't the strongest. Is this going to do anything?
It is busy. Never mind. It's busier than I thought at the starter place. It's definitely got a Korean following.
Than BDO.
But I mean, it's a Korean game. That makes sense. This is like their WoW. This is, or well, no, it's not. You know, I heard this crazy thing about the Eastern games media. It's that like they don't ever tell us anything. And so when we think that something like Throne and Liberty is going to be super good because all the Koreans are playing it, it's the #1 MMO in Korea. I heard this crazy thing from a Korean streamer like maybe a week ago or something like that. He was like, yeah, all the dumb white honking or whatever you want to call us, like all the dumb white people from America, they think that they think that I don't know what we think. I don't know where I'm going with this. I lost the train of thought kind of because I almost said the Han word, you know. But anyways, they think that we think that we know what that's right. They think that we think that we know what we're doing, but they know that we don't because of their gacha. They've been doing gacha for like 20 years. We don't really have an experience with it, so we get victimized by it all the time. And it's hilarious to them because they've been doing that forever. And so like, you know, and so that's a good market for them, taking Westerners for their money. And I don't really blame them on doing it because they provide free games to kids when they do it, which is actually a really good thing. Like Marvel's is impossible without NetEase giving free gaming to kids or whatever, you know? And so it actually does, they prove all the time that they are a credit to the community. All the time. I love NetEase. I'm sad that they're being sued. But I mean, you know, they shouldn't, or whatever NetEase. Is it NetEase? I can't keep them all straight. Is it NetEase? I can't keep them straight. So this problem where you get us in with the sex appeal and the graphics appeal and this promise, and then we think, oh man, this must be the #1 Korean MMO because it's the only Korean MMO that we've heard about in the last 5 years. But then I heard this Korean streamer who's like the dumb so-and-so white people in America. And I'm gonna leave I'm gonna leave the gringo out or whatever. I didn't leave the gringo out, did I? I'm sorry. The dumb gringos from America or whatever. We all think that we know what the Korean market is or the Japanese market, but actually they don't ever tell us anything ever. They don't ever tell even our media even what the names of the games are half the time. They have a complete press blackout pretty much with the Western media. They don't want us knowing what they're doing, and this is specifically because they're evolving faster and they're doing gacha faster and they're robbing kids faster, and they don't want us knowing that they're getting faster at it. They don't want us knowing that the AI is helping them, and we know, but it's sort of dawning on the slower gamers very slowly. Like a really funny example of it, and I can make fun of him now, but I wouldn't have done this last year, but on the Steak and Eggs podcast is Asmongold and Amiru, and I like Asmongold and I like Amiru, but I don't like Tectone, and Tectone was on that fucking thing for like a year, ruining fucking like Steak and Eggs, and everybody said that he was ruining it too when he said it, and I was trying to give him the chance when he was there, but I was like, something about Tectone, I just don't like it. He's giving me that Destiny vibe, that Pest Destiny vibe, and sure enough, he was busted for Pest Destiny stuff. It's just so fucking stupid, and like, so now I don't know. Like, Tectone played Genshin Impact. That's how he got his start. He did gacha and sold gambling to kids. Now I do that too. I come on EVE Online and I show you the hypernet, but what I swipe sometimes for the hypernet. I do, like, once a year I'll swipe $40 or something, but that's not really gambling. $40 a year is actually a real gambling like budget. Like, literally $40 a year on swiping hypernet. It literally is like the kind of budget that you can square with the government and claim on your taxes. Like, that's actually a reasonable taxable gambling income per year. That's actually reasonable. $40, that's fine. That's way less than most of America, actually. I don't feel that bad about that, like buying hypernet or whatever. But what I do feel bad about is showing the gambling on the stream. What I do feel bad about is showing the gambling on the stream. So, cause I know that can't be good for kids. I just know it isn't. I know that most of these idiots who come in here, and no, I don't care about your feelings, or I wouldn't call you idiots. like, I know that most of the idiots who come in here are kids, and that's why I'm calling them idiots. The adults, I wouldn't ever do that. The adults aren't idiots. They've lived their lives, and they're not idiots. They're not green. Adults are not green. The adults my age are not green. The one thing you couldn't call them is idiots. They're not going to get fleeced by people or gotcha mechanics or anything like that. They're not idiots. So, but the kids are idiots because they're just ignorant. They don't know. They'll swipe for gotcha. Their first question is, how much do I have to swipe to win the game or whatever? And so that's, you know, that's okay, but that culture is not so good. But it does bring free games like Genshin Impact to kids all over the world. It does bring games like Marvel Rivals to kids all over the world. So I don't hate on them and I don't want them shut down. But I do know that they're just these hot little sexy, like, you know, Korean titles that have beautiful fucking graphics and good frame rate and all this stuff, but the goodness ends there. Then you get the monetization, then you get the fact that they don't really know how to design that well. And I'm not trying to be racist, I'm trying to say they don't know how to design MMOs that well, or they would make a good one. I can't think of one that survived. The only good one that they made was Terra, and that one didn't survive. Maybe the Lineage is absolutely a good game. I believe in Lineage. I always have. But yeah, they made a few successful ones, but they've been trying to get in the market for 30 years. They're terrified of us finding out that they've got like 30 and I heard this from a Korean MMO player who's like, I speak both languages and I watch all the videos and I play all the games. And there's this hilarious concept in America that the American games media press has some concept of what Korea is doing, and they absolutely do not. Korea makes it a point of keeping it hidden from us. And I've heard this out of every streamer for years and years and years. The East does not tell us what they do. So, and they don't tell us why this combat's so bad, and it's bad on purpose. They do it on purpose. It's because the kids can play it. The kids are their gotcha empire. They can't deliver like New World quality combat to these kids. I mean, they can, but they're going to lose their gotcha empire doing that. So they put bad combat in Genshin Impact after a couple of years. They put bad combat right away in Throne of Liberty because they don't know how to make good combat, and like for a game like this. And I don't know how, and none of it's compelling because it all plays like some kind of episode of an anime that has too many episodes, like Inuyasha with 770 episodes and most of it's filler. You know, most of these games are filler. It's kind of annoying. Like, for instance, a really, really popular one that I did like, but I wouldn't ever play ever again, was Tower of Fantasy. Now, that game is fun to play, and they got the combat better. They got it better than it's ever been, I think. Better than maybe Genshin, at least, Tower of Fantasy was. And so I gave it its little 40-hour swing or something, right? But no, the next day, I'm like, no, why did I do this? I can't ever touch this game again. I couldn't constantly ever... I couldn't consistently tell you why I couldn't ever play this game ever again, but I know that I can't ever play Tower of Fantasy ever again. It just has nothing unique in it.
Tower of Fantasy is a massive open world,
and it's beautiful. Look, all these Korean games look beautiful. The trees don't always look so good, and so, you know, some of the frame rate looks like they're trying to get more frame rate than they are graphics and stuff, which I have no problem with. I want frame rate out of these games, but that's where it ends. The graphics are superb. Look at this shit. It looks like an anime, but you're actually playing the game. It's just the graphics I have no issue with, but that's it. You can't build a fucking empire, especially a gacha empire, on bad combat. Some of these developers are going to be really, really insulted by what I'm saying. Because they're like, if you go to the end game, you're going to find really, really difficult shit that stomps your face in. What are you talking about? But that's still not compelling. It's not compelling. I don't want to grind your worthless, boring combat in Genshin or whatever. Or, I mean, what's another one? You're trying to get me to play Throne and Liberty. I don't want to do that boring combat same thing with fucking Quinfall lately. They were like, okay, now you grind to level 60 by doing giant AoE mage pulls where you were like BDO, where you kill like 60 mobs all at once and you just collect this huge pack of XP. And I'm like, I've never thought that was ever fun. Musou is fun. China did that well. China did Musou well with the Dynasty Warriors, the Dynasty Warriors series. China does that well. Korea does not. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news in the Western press. The wonderful thing about Korea is they don't give a living shit what we think. They don't. I think they're surprised when we spend any money on their products, sort of a little bit. It's sort of insane. So they're really happy when we do. So because they're like, because they don't give a shit what we think. They're on an entirely different cultural basis. They are. They don't give a shit what we think about their games. They don't care what we think about Wulong Fallen Dynasty or whatever it was. They don't care what we think about that. They only care about what Koreans think. This is something they've always told us. I mean, so this is something, it's like a hidden truth. They don't ever tell this to our face because they're an honor-based culture. They don't want to insult anybody, but the truth is they're a very inclusive culture and they're only marketing to Korean gamers. They don't give a living shit what an American thinks about Genshin. They never have. This is one of the reasons why I disliked Tectone when I found out that he was a Genshin Impact streamer, because the first thing that he did was criticize Genshin Impact. But I mean, that's not your motherfucking culture. You can go and criticize World of Warcraft or like Counter-Strike or I don't know, DayZ or fucking Call of Duty or something like that. You can go and criticize those games all day long. You can't criticize Tower of Fantasy. That's not your culture. You can't criticize Genshin Impact. That's not your fucking culture. You're not even the kids that it's marketed for. You also missed the point. That game's marketed for fucking kids. It looks like fucking Zelda because they're marketing to fucking kids. I don't know what the fuck Tectone was doing on there with Asmongold blowing $120,000 and shit on goddamn Scratch Gotcha for fucking skins or whatever. What the fuck were you doing? You misled your culture, and where did it take you? It got you fucking canceled. When they found out that you were leading kids down some kind of gotcha hole in the Genshin Impact industry and you were like attacking the developers while you were doing it and all this other crazy shit, that's not your culture. It's not your culture to poison the kids in the well. It's not your culture to try and take money out of Korean developers' fucking pockets. And yeah, they canceled Tectone and I was like, well, I'm sorry, but I had a very negative impression off of that Genshin Impact thing, and then he gets canceled. Am I surprised? I mean, I liked Tectone in the respect that he could elucidate well like a good streamer can. But I mean, beyond that, he was insufferable when it came to the anime. He was insufferable when it came to the Genshin and all the stuff that he talked about in his culture that just isn't his. And I'm not sure, but I don't really feel that we need to retake Korean gotcha game culture, Tectone or whatever. I don't really think that I need like some person from America telling me how to run my Genshin Impact community. And I'm sure he got that from other streamers too. They're like, I'm not really sure. I want some dude who's never even been to Korea telling me what to do on my Korean kids game, you know? And I'm very conscious of this sometimes when I call the developers shitheads, because I only do that to Westerners who I feel like I can make fun of in a fucking cigar bar to their fucking face. I don't do that to people who have a language barrier or whose money doesn't pay my taxes or any of this, or my taxes don't pay their government or any of this stuff. Like, that's not your culture. And so that part of Tectone really bothered me when I saw it. And then sure enough, within a year, they had found some way to fucking cancel him. He was some kind of sex pestinine dude or something. I forget what they did to him. It was like closeted and NDA'd or whatever, but I mean, like, but he was gone he was conspicuously gone one day off of fucking off of Steak and Eggs podcast, because I feel like he let Genshin Impact control his fate. He let Steak and Eggs control his fate. He let Asmongold control his fate. He let OTK control his fate. At no point in anywhere in there was an original thought. It's your culture is entirely appropriated from fucking Japanese anime and Korean anime and J-pop and K-pop, and it's like, and it's cool. I like those things too, but I don't listen to them and watch them all day long and try to reappropriate their fucking games culture and try to change their fucking Genshin Impact Reddit or whatever to be some community that it isn't. And I'm not so sure your opinion matters so much on Korean gotcha. I'm terribly sorry. I really don't feel that way.
Combat, the ability to switch between 3 different weapons, a world out.
Now, do I care about what some Genshin Impact addicted 15-year-old kid thinks about, like, World of Warcraft? No. And the same goes both ways. I don't expect them to tell me what to do or think or sell with my Western crappy, you know, anti-woke, like, you know, like Blizzard title. And I don't want to tell them what to do with their Gotcha Empire Kids title in in Korea, and I believe in Korea, and I like their games, and I don't care. I love Genshin Impact, and I like that game just like Tectone did. So I saw something, you know, similar there, where I was like, well, we seem to like the same game or something. We seem to play the same games or whatever. But no, he's playing that shit because he's trying to appropriate culture and build some kind of personality out of it. I'm trying to see if they have good combat. I think it's very different.
Collectibles, hidden stories, and treasure.
I think he listens to the story and every word in the plot. I can't listen to that anime plot.
Was the ability to create your dream.
I'm not ragging on Tectone, somebody I've never met before, because I want to anger him. I'm saying that, like, the Genshin thing, I have some fear of even streaming Genshin because it's just not my culture. It's like going into a Pokemon stream when you're like 45 years old and being like, ha, my Charizard stomped your worthless fucking 8-year-old Pikachu's ass, and the kid's crying because he lost his Pikachu or whatever. And it seems weird. That's how I felt about that whole Genshin Impact thing, about white streamers on motherfucking Reddit from America or whatever trying to tell Genshin Impact people what their culture should be. That's like Koreans coming to the KFC in South Texas and telling you that you've got to serve sushi or something. That's kind of nuts. It's cultural appropriation that I'm not so really comfortable with, and I felt that way about Rivals. I felt that way about Lineage. I felt that way about a lot of games. RuneScape. What's it called? Ragnarok Online. There's a bunch of them.
With an extremely
Terra, I fucking loved Terra till they shat it into the ground, made it a gotcha empire, terrible fucking tank Titanic, and like just ran it into the ground. But I mean, I liked Terra the first 2 years it was out. I played it on PlayStation again, I don't know, 10 years later. For, you know, another 200, 300 hours or something. And I was like, yeah, this is great. This is a great controller MMO. I want it around for the rest of my life. But no, Bluehole Studios and the other affiliate, whatever it was, I think they're NetEase now, they ran it into the goddamn ground.
Customization suites. Other than being
so you can just roll out another Terra every 5 years or whatever and be like, buy this Terra, it won't tank, it'll live, it'll somehow be better than Lineage 2 was in 1996 or whatever. It's going to be better than Lineage 2 somehow. It'll be better than Guild Wars 2 or whatever. I don't really believe you. I don't believe you.
Open world RPG.
I don't think BDO was good. I think all of you guys said that BDO was good. I'm terribly sorry. I think BDO has very, very, very good gameplay loops. I don't think BDO is good.
Fantasy features a fully voice-acted main story with anime-quality cutscenes, the ability to traverse the world via climbable walls, flying your jetpack, waterboard various mounts.
Yeah, don't care. It was so good. It had all this cool stuff that I wanted, like jetpacks. I'm like, oh my god, this might be my game. Nope, it was just the same old grindy PSO-esque, Terra-esque, you know, Korean grindfest. That's okay, but I mean, I don't think that works. It worked for 2004. I don't think it works for 2024.
Unlocking teleports. This video is sponsored.
It's been 20 years. I think you need to evolve. I don't know what it is either. I don't know how you evolve beyond this. You look like you're about to get stuck in some kind of fucking stagnant hole in the MMO industry where you're about to churn out slop for like 25 years or something like that. And frankly, that fucking terrifies the shit out of me. I don't think that Throne of Liberty is slop. I'm saying it's slop to the Western market.
To see, however, they just want a normal first impressions of the game with the usual.
It's not slop to the Korean market, and this is what makes this stand out to me. The Korean streamer that blew my mind, he was like, Americans might not know this, but Genshin, or sorry, not Genshin, fucking Throne of Liberty is literally the lowest rated MMORPG in all of South Korea. And he was like, we've got like 50 of these, and there's like 15 that are in the top 15, and these guys are at the end of the lowest rung of the ladder. And they were like, and this, and I'm repeating it verbatim what he said. He was like, American streamers have no fucking idea how many really good MMOs there are in Korea, and it's not Throne and Liberty. And every time that some American streamer talks about Throne and Liberty or Genshin, he gets physically sick. And I didn't really blame him. I don't blame him. I kind of do too. You don't know that culture. You're not from there. They have a press blackout, Whitey from the West. They don't, you know, Blue Eyes White Dragon or whatever. It's like whatever you want to call it. Like, yeah, Blue Eyes White Dragon, we all love you, but I don't think you know what Korean MMOs actually are. I know I don't know what a good Korean MMOR is. I don't think the MMORPG is. I think I would have to go to whatever Korean YouTube is, sort by fucking view count, have it translate, type in greatest MMO of all time, and then go look at whatever the Koreans think that is, and it's gonna be a game that's way better than Throne and Liberty. But we're not going to have a word for it in the English language, and I'm not going to be able to give you a title. I'm going to be like, I don't know what it's like, the Winds of Dawn Blue 3 Sky or something. It's going to be like that. And they're going to be like, I don't know what the fuck that means, and it's the greatest game ever made in South Korea, apparently. I know what's going to happen. Is there a Korean YouTube? Let's go look. Now, auto-translate for me. Can I do Korean YouTube? I don't think you will. I can do American YouTube that shows me Korean stuff, but I don't think I can do Korean YouTube because there's all this terrible globalist shit going on with all these state government sponsored hackers and all these problems and everything. So yeah, there's YouTube Korea and stuff like this, but there's not like Korean YouTube that Americans can go to where I can show you the top 40 MMORPGs in South Korea. Maybe there's some videos on YouTube about that now if you dig in the niches. So let's go look, but I kind of doubt it. Let's go see the top 10 MMORPGs in South Korea translated, right? I'm going to need it translated or we won't even know what the names of the titles are. But I mean, it's something that I do want to know. I mean, and look, and it pops something from 2 years ago. He is speaking in English, and I like this guy, Cannon. I think I'm sub to him, or if I'm not, I will be. Yeah, I like this guy, Cannon. I've seen him before. Yeah, the MMORPG history of the Korean edition would be Kira TV is probably the best source, really. Kira knows about this like I do. I remember all of these. Nexon's bullshit, Lineage's bullshit, Ragnarok's bullshit, Maple Story's bullshit, DFO's bullshit. I know all this bullshit. I've done all this bullshit forever. I know all about it. I know this bullshit. I know it. You know? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And like and these are the Koreans that the West knows about. Somewhere along this video, maybe Kira didn't know this 3 years ago. He might not have known it, but like maybe he knew back then, but we don't know. But we do know that like the West has zero information on South Korean MMORPGs, which are technically supposedly supposed to be the best of all time. But you can't find it. Do you see me look? You can't find what the titles are. South Korea doesn't want us to know. They don't want us there. They don't want Americans on their fucking South Korean MMORPGs. I think particularly because they particularly market to kids. And they don't want crass Americans cussing on the trade chat, I don't think. It's literally that deep. I think this runs that deep. It's a cultural difference. We're not their culture and they're not ours. It's unfortunate. Now we can live as brothers and in peace and love each other for the rest of eternity. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. And I mean that. I mean that about my South Korean brothers or North Korean brothers. I really do. I mean that about them or whatever. They're just my fellow human beings. I love them to death. You know, I got no issue with them whatsoever. But we do have cultural differences, and maybe that's something that makes us both cool. Whatever.
On that platform.
That's not a bad thing.
5 to 6 days a week, and also join our MMO focus.
The Republicans and the right wingers will lead you to believe that that's a bad thing. It's not. Foreign is good. It means that it's not fucking stagnant. It means that there's some kind of new stew, some kind of new meat in the stew pot instead of the same old nag meat from 3,000 years ago. Foreign is good. I know all the right-winger Hitlers of the world try to like lead you to believe that it's bad, but no, we actually need foreigners. We need them badly. We need fresh pot in the fucking melting pot stew.
Discord. We've got a great community.
They don't trust us to even tell us what the titles of their games are, and you begin to get an idea of how bad this racism has been for us.
It would
How
be
bad this judgment has been.
even better if
How bad Trump's been.
were part of it. Without further
When the South Korean game developers don't even trust the Western media to tell us what their game titles are, you begin to realize how bad this xenophobia actually was on both sides. On both sides.
Let's begin. Number 10, Mabinogi. Out of all the MMOs on this list,
Now, I've heard this all my life, but I don't believe I've ever seen it. I don't believe I've ever seen Mabinogi, which is frankly really sad.
Always known that this was a pretty solid game.
Yeah, that looks like a solid game for what it is. It looks honestly more evolved than FFXI, frankly. As sad as that is, it looks great. That game looks great to me.
Mabinogi is an older anime MMO that was released.
Yeah, this shit's like MapleStory or something.
2004. Mabinogi really shows its age and is clearly lacking in the graphics department for an open.
No, it's not lacking. It just doesn't want to improve. It doesn't need to. It's long gone.
MMO when compared to the modern day games. But the fact that this is still a top 10 MMO in Korea is a testament to how well they designed the game.
Yeah, if it's fun like FFXI, we'll just play it for all time. We'll just keep playing it.
That has played this game will tell you that Mabinogi is a very
she was hot.
MMO that offers a lot of content and features.
She looked like Chi from Chobits. Have you guys ever seen Chi from Chobits? Chi from Chobits is like the most beautiful anime character I've ever seen drawn, maybe. I don't really know. I can't show her because it's DMCA, but I can show a picture of her. Chi from Chobits. Chobits is a silly anime about a princess girl who is transported to the modern times, I believe, if I recall, and she's kind of a cat girl, and there's a name for whatever this type it's a waifu type. She's like a waifu type. She's the original waifu. Chi from Chobits. She's like the original fucking waifu, I think. Like, we've had older ones than her, but she's the one who perfected the art, I think. This is when they perfected it. Yeah, Chi from Chobits. She's wonderful. I love Chi. One of my favorite characters of all time. So wonderful. I'm a weeb too, motherfucker. I'm a weeb too. I just don't try to appropriate the culture.
Even today,
I'll pull out a picture once in a while of to me the worst anime moment of all time, which is when in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, when Ed and Al Ed and Al's house burns. This wrecks me. It wrecked me when I was like 16 years old, and it wrecks me now because my family's house burned. This picture fucking wrecked me when I was 16 years old. It wasn't a picture, it was an anime and shit. I could do anime better than fucking Tectone or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'll put the tears like a real streamer, you know what I'm saying? Like when Winry and Ed and Al watched their fucking parents' house burn, that fucking changed my goddamn life. It absolutely did. I'm sorry, Google is entirely incompetent. It should probably be removed. They can't actually open an image or anything like this. There we go. I'm sorry. There we go. Yeah, this is the most poignant moments of all anime time for me, is when Ed and Al's fucking house burns. Always hits me so fucking bad. My family's house burned when I wasn't born yet, but my family's house burned, and I've never seen my mother cry like she cries about the family photos being gone. And I understand the burning inferno. I've seen places burn. I've seen it, and I understand it, and I know this pain. So, I know the anime like them, but I don't live in that culture. I visited. How many times have I talked about anime this year? Probably 4 times or something.
Don't offer.
Once in a while, I'll be like, I like Trigun.
Pretty much covers everything from PvE to.
I like Millie and what's the other one? I like Millie. I don't like the other girl. I like Millie from Trigun. I think Millie is also one of the most beautiful waifus of all time. Millie was such a trad waifu. I love Millie from Trigun. Her positivity, it was a lesson for my entire life. She just never ever stops smiling. She never ever lets the terrible fucking war between fucking Vash the Stampede and fucking Knives and all the shit that happens and all the towns that die and all that. She never stops smiling. She never stops being happy, and she never stops, you know? She just keeps carrying that big ass chain gun. Millie from Trigun, right? Yeah, just carry the big ass chain gun. Walk softly and carry a really big gun. You know, that was her her philosophy, I believe. She was like, walk softly and carry a really big gun, and she carried it inside of her like house marm's dress. So you didn't know, but there was this chain gun inside of her bodice. And she was like, walk softly and carry a big gun kind of thing. I don't think she probably ever said that line, but that was sort of the vibe. She was like, walk and talk softly like a traditional waifu, and don't be like a geisha girl or whatever. And always smile and always be positive or whatever. But underneath the bodice is a chain gun. And I love Millie. She's much more Western, you know? Millie. Very special character. Meryl. I'm sorry, Meryl. I thought they called her Millie. Oh no, it's Meryl. I said, yeah, Meryl is her. That's Millie. It's Millie. I nailed it. It's Millie. Yeah. Sorry, I've got brain damage, so when I don't remember things, I'm not surprised. You know, I have brain damage. It's very hard to summon these fucking names out of my fucking database. There's too much stuff in it.
Content. Because you can do whatever you want in Alldayerrydaybaby. The player-driven and social aspect of it is what really separates it from everything else, and is probably the reason why it's still alive today. The first, and to be honest, I'm pretty sure still the only sandbox anime MMORPG that was made. Population-wise, Mabinogi in the West is for sure considered to be a small niche one, only having a few hundred active players playing via Steam, according to the Steam charts. Even though it's a top 10 MMO in Korea, clearly it's become just an afterthought for most in the West. Number 9, Black Desert Online. As someone who
I've got to get my hands on oh god, I can't remember the name of it, but Bagon wants me to watch some anime and I can't remember the name.
Hours into the English and Korean servers for Black Desert, I can confidently say that this game belongs on this list. To be honest,
BDO is the king of this list.
Be a bit higher. In the West, Black Desert has always had a healthy population.
No, not in Korea though. No, I'm talking about in the West, BDO did well, but it didn't do well in Korea, and that's that whole thing. That's the whole thing I've been talking about. We have this Western concept of what we think South Korea's gaming market is doing. Conjecture is never good. They might actually turn and slaughter us if their games are actually super good and are just fun for everybody of all ages to play all the time or whatever. That might be kind of a rude awakening to people who are trying to push stuff like, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadows or whatever. That's going to be kind of a rude awakening. I don't think everybody can play Assassin's Creed Shadows. I just don't. But I think everybody can play Mabinogi. That's going to be a rude awakening for the West when they understand that I think the East values fun over... Oh, I don't know about fun. Not fun. I don't know what it is. It's conjecture. We don't know. And honestly, that's okay. I should shut the fuck up. I'll be very honest in saying I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to put words in South Koreans' mouths. I don't know. I don't know too many South Koreans, I don't think. Yeah, actually, no. One of my inner circle is Korean, South Korean. We call him Hoku. Call him Hoku is his name. I guess I do have a Korean in my inner circle. Actually, it's kind of funny. I do. I have Hoku. I can't say his name, but yeah, in my inner circle, there's Hoku, and he is absolutely South Korean. It's kind of funny.
And
absolutely near and dear to me, like a brother and shit. You know, we're Slytherin. No, I'm sorry. I'm not Slytherin. We're not Slytherin. We're the other one. We're Gryffindor. He's Gryffindor, and I'm Gryffindor, which is weird because everybody else rolled other ones like Ravenclaw and stuff, and Hufflepuff. But like I pulled fucking Gryffindor, and so did Hoku, and so you know we get along. Whatever. He used to run a Harry Potter camp, believe it or not. That's why I brought it up. Hoku's a good guy. So Hoku's race hasn't come up in like 22 years or something, because I just think of him as an American, and this makes me emotionally happy. What I was thinking when I was taking a piss, I was like, you know, Hoku's race has not come up in 23 years. I think he told us once when we were like 17. He's like, oh yeah, I'm from South Korea. Yeah, and you can call me Hoku. And I was like, okay. He has an American name, but I can't do that without putting him on blast. So Hoku, his race hasn't come up in 22 years. I just think of him as a goddamn American, but when you look at him, you understand that. I mean, he's South Korean, but I mean, he passes as just American. I just don't think of him as South Korean. He's very South Korean when you look at him and you think about his face. He's very, very South Korean, but I just don't think of him that way. I don't think of any of my friends like that. Racism starts in the heart and in the mind. And if you're thinking of your friends as something different than just an American or a man or a woman or whatever, something's wrong. I think they're just your fellow human beings. And so I like the fact that you know, Hoku's race just hasn't come up in like 22 years. I don't think it's even been a topic of conversation. It's been so taken for granted for like 5 years or something like that. And I think he would be happy about this if we were to ever talk about it. Like, we just don't talk about his race. That never came up. I don't think it didn't occur to anybody. We had another friend named P. He's black. I don't think we talked about his race in the last 25 years either. It just doesn't come up. God's honest truth. I'm not being exaggerational. It just doesn't come up. I don't think of him as black. I don't think of Hoku as South Korean. It doesn't occur to me to make the differentiation. Is that weird? I think it is weird. I think race is, I suppose, some factor. I guess it's a way to differentiate, I suppose. But I mean, is it of value to like think about it? I don't really think about it really. I think when I met Hoku, I was like, my best friend's little sister is hanging out with an Asian crew, and they're really awesome. And that turned out to be Hoku and all his best friends. And I think, you know, I thought about this, which is why I brought up when Ed and Al watched the house burn. The first time I ever met Hoku, I related a story that endeared me to his whole crew. They were like, what's your favorite anime? And I was like, well, right now, Full Metal Alchemist, because I don't really have any others. I watched all the others way too many. But I mean, the default one, of course, is Neon Genesis Evangelion. But, I mean, I default to the one I'm watching always, which right now is Full Metal Alchemist. And they're like, Full Metal Alchemist, that's such a good one. And I'm like, yeah, it's a good one. And I was like, but it makes me cry. And you know, and I got kind of sad. And they're like, why does Full Metal Alchemist make you cry? It's a really happy show with a lot of happy stuff and humor in it. I was like, are you kidding me? I just said it offhandedly. I actually shed a tear, I think, in the car with like 5 Asian kids and a couple of white kids and stuff. I was like, are you kidding me? I'm doing now. I was like, when Ed and Al and Wimry watched their parents' house burn and lose everything, that wrecked me for life. I'm never going to be able to even think about it without crying. I've been through that kind of thing. And I remember what I said in the car. I think it was verbatim that. It was something to the tune of that. And that maybe stuck out, and it made me a lifelong friend with Hoku. I think that I just mentioned that one part about the fire. He thought it was actually rather deep for somebody who was just briefly exposed to like Eastern culture and stuff like this. He was like, "Wow, the fire is what stood out to you," and I was like, "Yeah." Well, I mean, the premise is actually rather terrible. His mother dies of a disease. So he and his brother use the dark arts to try and bring her back from the dead. And this disrupts the natural balance of things, right? So when they try to do it, her body and the house and the ritual circle that they're doing and all the black magic and all the stuff that they do with their full alchemy and all this stuff, right? And they're like budding alchemists, but they don't know it, so they're messing with things that they don't understand, like dark forces like death and resurrection and stuff. And that story is actually really good. It's an old it's Frankenstein. It's an old story. It's Frankenstein. It's like bringing something from the dead back to life. It's Frankenstein, or even Dracula in a sort of a way. Bram Stoker. So yeah, so when Ed and Al watched that house burn, I told him, I was like, I'm never going to be able to watch that scene like any time in the rest of my life, or even think about it without crying. And he was like, that's actually really, really profound. And I was like, yeah, I think that was sort of the point of the whole show. And I told him that, I was like, I think that's the point of the whole show. They get greedy, and they have to watch the whole house burn because they want it all. They want the house, they want their mother alive. They can't go toe to toe with God. This was the conversation I had with him. It was the first time I ever met him. I remember the day I met Hoku. He was like 17, I was like 19 or something. And they get in the car. There's like 6 kids in my friend's best friend's sister's car, and they gave me a ride back to the ashram. And they're like, "You're going to the ashram?" I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, what else are you into? And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I like anime at the time. I was like really into anime." And I was like, "I like anime." I just mentioned it because it was a car full of Asian kids. And they're like, "What anime?" And that led to that conversation. Because of that conversation, I believe I have a lifelong friend, which is kind of weird. I just was like honest about something that I had seen that affected me very deeply, because I've seen the burning houses of the destruction of my family and others' families before. I watched the destruction of my friend A's family from the inside out. I watched it I wasn't there for every minute of it, but I was there for about 5 years. I watched it. That's my old best friend's best friend, A, and she's still living back there where I come from. And she's I don't know if she's recovering. She might not, because she had a lifelong problem with it, but she's recovering from methamphetamine. And she's a truck driver. And she makes good money doing it, but being a truck driver, I think she abuses methamphetamine. I think that's the whole point of it. And nobody knows, because nobody oversights her, And I think that's why her job is truck driver, which makes me sort of sad about her. But I watched her go to jail for 5 years for smuggling methamphetamine across the Wyoming border, which is something I did with her. I watched her boyfriend go to jail for the same. I watched their kid get taken from them because she was dirty when they found them, and the toddler had meth in its bloodstream. So they took that baby away from her for 13 years. 13 years. Now this is the worst, most fucked up shit I've ever seen happen to a woman. She loved that baby more than I think anybody could. I mean, I don't know. You've seen the mother's love. It's the traditional kind of, she loves Dee. And I met Dee quite a few times, and I like Dee too. But because she smoked meth while he was in the womb, Dee is a very, 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 very low functioning autistic Down syndrome kid. And she had to deal with the reality of that her entire life. She smoked meth while he was in the womb. I told her not to do it, but I can't control her, and I wasn't around her when she did it. And so, I mean, I told her not to do it. I was like, I can't abide you, like, getting high with a kid around. I can't do that, But she was in Wyoming, and I lived in Colorado. It's not like, I could tell her what to do all the time. And so she had this knockdown, drag-out fight with her boyfriend that got him sent to jail for like 7 years. She got sent to jail for 5 years. They took the child police took their kid away for 13 years. Now this wrecked her. And she's not the only one in our crew with a story like that. We have another girl in that same circle that starts with the letter of J, who's a really good friend of mine, who was like a girlfriend of mine who lived in my house for a year and a half. And Jay and I smoked a lot of meth together. And she also had 2 meth-addicted children born at birth. Now, I was born, I was not born, but I was given the burden of understanding from both of them, and I got explanations from both of them, that the drug had just turned them into a slave, and I saw them when they were in the state, and I believe them when they say it. I think they were a slave to a drug. And doing it while the baby was in the womb made me not want to be friends with them anymore, which I did. I mean, when I found out what both of them had done, which was smoke meth in the womb, or with a baby in the womb, I found it very difficult to be their friends any longer after that. But I loved them still, and I still talk to them, and I act like they're like I'm a friend, because none of the unpleasantness of telling them that I'm not their friend anymore needs to occur, because we don't talk. I haven't seen either one of them in like 15 years or something. For A, it's only been about 5. I'm just gonna leave it there. But anyways, it's been about 5 since I've seen A, but the judgment was a problem. I judged my friend K for shooting off a gun inside his house with his wife and his kids, and I never really like hung out with him ever again. And I did the same sort of thing to them, but I didn't no-show them or no-call them or anything like that. I was just there in their lives. I did no-show, no-call on him though. And it sucks. And while I don't talk to these people, I have some issue with who they are and the choices that they made, and I don't want them around me, but I still love them, which fucking sucks. I love them because I've known them both, J and A, since I was a freshman in high school, since I was like 13, and I love them like sisters. They used to live in our apartment, you know. They one of them lived in my apartment for a year and a half. It's insane. I lived in the flop house with them for a long time. And like, I don't know, not the flop house, but like our apartment. And like I don't know, like something about it, that judgment, it was hard. I don't know why I'm talking about this. It's just, I'm all over the world on my topics and stuff, but it's more about like just like loose association from point to point to point. As different things make me think of other things, I just tell you things about stuff that's happened in my life. Now, the same treatment that I gave them, I received from everybody. Every last person, even Cloud Candy at one point, I received from everybody. And it's like something about it. I didn't end the friendships, but I stopped being there. I ghosted them, and I feel shame. That's all I'm trying to say. It's like a public confession, because I feel very difficult. It felt very difficult to try to navigate those straits and still be their friends, but not be around them because they'd done things that I found to be unacceptable, like fire a gun off in your family's house while they're sleeping, to kill yourself, or smoking meth like while you have a baby in your womb and continuing to do it after you knew it, that kind of thing. And so, and I don't never want to see them again. I love these people. I'd like to see them again, but I mean, the judgment, it's not there anymore. I don't judge my friend A for what she did. I felt she was a slave to a drug and a bad relationship and a bunch of crazy fucking drug people that were around her. I met them all. I was there. I was one of them, and I know what she was up against, and I saw who she was and what she had become, and I know what she was. I don't judge her for smoking meth while she was like high and like, you know, while she was high on dope and in the scene. She had a problem. She had a drug problem. But it's not me, you know. That's the only reason why I don't judge her. I judge her in my own little thing about making a value judgment about keeping a friend or not, but I don't judge her because it's not my job. So I can still keep her as a friend and still love her, but I don't want to be around her. And honestly, I don't have much of a better story than they do. Any of those people, I don't have much of a better story than they do. But it's weird. I'm the one who turned the cold shoulder on them and ghosted them, because I found what they did to be far more unacceptable than what I did, which was sell dope.
And the boss fights.
To people that really, 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 really wanted it.
I really do enjoy the dungeon content in this game. I used to really enjoy the solo bosses as well. That used to be really fun.
I don't.
I like the active block that the game has in a PvE context. The reason why I stopped playing is because I didn't like how the targeting and
the targeting sucked.
PvP gameplay worked.
Yep.
It just wasn't fun.
No.
When I was playing Throne and Liberty, I was basically comparing it to Black Desert Online, because that was my peak large-scale.
God, it looks good when it slows down and shows you the frames and stuff, but it's also really low-rent kind of graphics, initialization or whatever you want to call it. And so it has its costs. When the scene stops moving, it looks different.
VP experience. Black Desert Online.
It looks really good when you stop moving, but when you move, it looks blurry.
17. Fucking loved it. So when I got to experience the Node Wars and the GVG stuff in Throne, compared to what I was doing in BDO years ago, it was fucking way worse. I didn't like how short the Guild vs. Guild wars were. They're like, was it like 20 minutes or 30 minutes? You actually spend longer preparing for the war as a guild than actually fighting in the war. I didn't like how small the areas were that you was fighting in. It just didn't feel epic. The targeting was awful. Maybe it's better now, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as what I was doing in BDO. Throne did have some really cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Things. Like, see, this shit's dope. Like, look at the scope of this. I don't think MMOs do this kind of thing almost ever. It's they do. But they don't do it like how beautiful this looks.
This is kind of cool.
They really try to like blow. Like the graphics always look really, really, really good. They have no issue with that. But why can't they make the gameplay compelling? They seem to think that lineage grind is okay. But no, I think you need some combination of like Zelda, Elden Ring, and like New World if you want to be successful in this modern market. And that's not Throne and Liberty. It's like Throne and Liberty was some weird bastardization between tab and aiming. It's some weird system.
Well, it looks amazing.
It always does look really good. I gotta say, the graphics have always really, really, really impressed me.